shit radio.
Come be a part of
Rastafari and J and Lana Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ የምስጋና መዝሙር። አቤቱ እናመሰግንሃለን ስምህንም እንጠራለን። ታምራትን ሁሉ እናገራለሁ። ጊዜውን ስቀበል እኔ በቅን እፈርዳለሁ። ምድርና በእርሷ ውስጥ የሚኖሩት ሁሉ ቀለጡ። እኔም ምሰሶቿን አጸናሁ። አመፀኞችን አትበድሉ አልኋቸው። ኃጢአተኞችንም ቀንዳችሁን አታንሱ፣ ቀንዳችሁን እስከ ላይ አታንሱ፣ በእግዚአብሔርም ላይ አመፅን አትናገሩ። ክብር ከምስራቅ ወይም ከምዕራብ ወይም ከምድረ በዳ የለምና እግዚአብሔር ፈራጅ ነውና ይህን ያዋርዳል ይህንም ያከብራል። ጽዋ በእግዚአብሔር እጅ ነውና ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ ሞላበት። ከዚህ ወደዚያ አገላበጠው፣ ነገር ግን አተላው አልፈሰሰም። የምድር ኃጢአተኞች ሁሉ ይጠጡታል፣ እኔ ግን ለዘላለም ደስ ይለኛል። ለያዕቆብም አምላክ ዝማሬን አቀርባለሁ። የኃጥአንን ቀንዶች ሁሉ ሰብራለሁ፣ የጻድቃን ቀንዶች ግን ከፍ ከፍ ይላል። መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ የምስጋና መዝሙር። መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ የምስጋና መዝሙር።
Come be a part of
J and Lana Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 75. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. When I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly. And to the wicked, lift not up the horn. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
stir you up, all the enemies are confounded. Rastafari power overthrow them, yeah.
Man, he took off their chariot wheel.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burn. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Yes, greetings, shalom, Chaverim, shalom, Erev Tov, good evening, Laila Tov, good night, and Boker Tov, and good dawning, good day, good break of day, depends on where one is on this earthly plane, right here for the evening service, here, Midrash Mondays. Also, it would suggest that we call it Mental Health Mondays. And if you say mental health, what are you saying, Yada? Well, the soul, soul, suke, psyche, our psychological health is very, very important. You know what I mean? Man is a tripartite being, having spirit, soul, psyche, like mind, as long as they mind, soul, and body. Right? Often they say mind, body, and soul. Well, mind, soul, and body. So how is it going? How's it growing, brothers and sisters? Here we begin a new Shavua. And here across this this North Country right here, I'm sure probably elsewhere, but just knowing from, where we're at and those of our brothers and sisters that we've been in communicated. It's the heat, it's the dog day, what they call the dog days? The dog days of summer. Interesting, July 23rd. The rise, or what they say, the dog star Cyrus, the inundation, the waters, the inundation of the Nile. Interesting, and also the constellation they call Leo. Well, they call it, that's the Greek, Leo, we say Yehuda, right? Judah, the Lion of Judah. So definitely one of the reasons why it's so hot, So stay hydrated, brothers and sisters. Be well, be well, be well. We shared the Royal Amharic at the opening, the Ein Hey, Psalm 75, Hebraically, Mizmor Ein Hey, LXXV. And its theme, the nation's gratitude. Speaking about Beit Yisrael, speaking about, the Israel of Yah, the Israel of Yahweh Eloheinu, because, identity, crisis, crisis. Anyway, the psalm that we have here, well, first things first, rate this, today's daily psalm.
Shalom, Chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Kedmal, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hashem, 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 Hashem.
Yes. Well, I have this here. Speaking of the anointed king, the elect of God, the King Messiah, Haile Selassie the first, crowned King of Kings of Ethiopia. Check this out right here. Let me clear this right here. Clear this. Un momento, por favor. Right? Haile Selassie was crowned King of Kings, Nebuchadnezzar, Ethiopia, at 38 years and disappeared. Right? We have to, proper intent, right? Thought, intent, give thanks to Rasi more for the reason, and the thought and intent, right? Focusing on the intent. And so our words can be proper too. He disappeared. Because, if you want to believe the lie, you can believe the lies, but disappeared. All the evidence points to a disappearance, right? And because somebody is not seen or doesn't appear just means that they don't appear. All right, now to insinuate, oh, they sick, they dead, they this, they that. But just notice the numbers, something about numbers. Because here we left the book of Numbers, right? And now here we're in Debarim. So from the book of Numbers or in the wilderness by Midbar, and here's the first reading here in this 44th sabbatical study Shabbat strong, this fifth book of Moshe, right? Debarim, the words, the words. Gonna touch on that, but just want to share this right here. Just something about the 3 and the 8 equals 11, and then people speak about the what? The 11:11, right? The 11:11. So that was just interesting. I saw this meme before, right, and had got a copy of it, but just to share this with all ones right there. Interesting. King of Kings, anointed, anointed. Where we say that Halasas is crowned, so I hope that with some of the new memes out there, he was anointed. That's the key significant, as in the opening of the first written constitution, because of the anointing. Right? See, anointed is important because of the anointing. See what Messiah, right? Messiah, one who is anointed. Right? Shaul was anointed. David, King David was anointed. His son, the son of David, right? King Solomon, and David had a son named Solomon, who had a son named David that renewed the kingdom of, right? The kingdom of David, right? And the kingdom of Israel in the tops of the mountain, Ethiopia, the whole connection. This man was born there, Psalm 87, verse 4. But anyway, just the numbers there was just very interesting. And now we're out of the book of Numbers, and here we're in Deuteronomy. Deutero, repetition of the nomos. Nomos, deuteronomy, nomi, nomos, has to do like law, right? The repetition of the law, or Hebraically, called Mishnah HaTorah. All right, so this fifth book is known as, let me think for a moment. Yeah, from what we know, the earliest Mishnah. The earliest what? Mishnah. Mishnah. Oh, you thought that was Yiddish? No, that's Hebrew actually. Mishnah. Shana. Shana, Mishnah. To Shana. Mishnah HaTorah. So this book got the name Deuteronomy, right? Because within this particular book, I think it's we get to the chapters, chapter 7, is it chapter 7? Chapter 7, chapter 8, it has a repetition of the law or a copy of the Torah. So here for this new generation, right, still in the narrative from the wilderness, this new generation after 40 years, but we'll return to this right here. Let's just zoom in on today's daily psalm a little bit more. Because if I keep going down that path right there, that'll bring us more into kind of the intro here, right, for this fifth book of Moshe. But we're here. Chazak, Wanit Chazek. In other words, be strong, be encouraged, be encouraged. Whenever we complete a book of Torah, right, as disciples, we say to one another, Chazak, 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 which means be strong, Chazak, strength, Chazak, encourage, be encouraged, with and nit Chazek, v'nit Chazek, Chazak, Chazak, v'nit Chazek, Chazak, Chazak, v'nit Chazek, which means to be strong, make us strengthen, to strengthen one another as we coming into a new book of Torah. So as we complete a book of Torah, say to one another, be strong, right? Be strong and of a good courage, be strong, be encouraged, Nit Chazek, nit Chazek, make I and I strengthen one another, nit Chazek. Yes. So right here, we have today's daily psalm. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 75. Psalm 75. Let me look over the notes right here. Okay. Psalm 75. And Psalm 75, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So 73, right? 74, right? 75, 3. Right? It's the third psalm here. So here we're at the third psalm in the third book of the Psalter, right? Here, Mizmor, right? For Psalm 75 is the third psalm, here in the third book of the Psalms. So the third book of the Psalms, the third book of Psalms, from Psalm 73 to Psalm 89. All right, so Psalms 73 to Psalm 89 comprises the third book of the book of Psalms of the Sefer Tehillim of the Psalter, old name, right? Classic old name Psalter, or the book of Psalms, right? And this is, as we mentioned before, mentioned again, why Robbeinu Yeshua HaNotri said, "Is it not written in your law?" So the likenesses of the book of Psalms having 5 books, 5 volumes, and Ha-Torah, the Torah, right? The Torah also having, speaking about the Torah of Moshe, right? Now, to say that's the Torah of Moshe is not to imply that the words, the direction, instructions of Yahweh is not there, right? Yes, it's there, the core, right? At the core, even the 10 words. Oh, I didn't publish that just yet. Got to publish that God only wrote 10 words. I want everybody to come, like, jump out the window and be like, oh, no, you wrong. He wrote everything. And then we'll prove them liars. But here we have book 3, right, of the Psalms, right? Just to point that out. In book 3, we have Psalm 73, a trial of faith, right? In Psalm 74, the basic theme, a national lament, like lamentation, like a nation kind of singing the blues, so to speak. And here in today's daily psalm, right here, Psalm 75, the nation's gratitude. We'll see how that goes right here as we enter into book 3. You know, it says study to shew ourselves approved. So here we're at Psalm 75, and it's the third psalm here within the third book of the Psalter, and its theme, the nation's gratitude. The mood in Psalm 75, today's daily psalm, according to royal order, it changes abruptly as we pass from the foregoing, the previous psalm, Psalm 74, right, to this present one, Psalm 75. Here in Psalm 75, Mizmor Ein Hey, right, is a song of thanksgiving, Hebraically of Todah, right, what we call Todah, right, of thanksgiving, Todah, right? Some might say Tawada. We'll address that. We're looking forward to addressing that. So whoever's the expert at that, you know, Lashawan Kwadash, you know, step forward and let's have a discussion on that. You know, what's the ancient enunciation, right, of the biblical Hebrew? But be that as it may it as it be, right here. Let's bring this up here so we can bring this on the screen. Have a little teachable moment right here before we really get into it in Psalm 75 here to address this before we get into the Torah portion here for this new Shabua, and also the final, right, the final book of the Torah of Moshe, right? Here we have repetition of the law, Deuteronomy, the 44th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. But here, let's do this right here. Here we have Psalm 75. So Psalm 75, here we have a song of thanksgiving for deliverance from peril. Now remember, the previous song was a nation's lament, a nation's lamentation, the lamentation of a nation. Speaking of the Beit Yisrael, speaking of Amo Yisrael, a national lament or the nation's blues, a sad song, right? But here in Psalm 75, the superseding song, right? Something changes, right? What changes here? It's a thanksgiving for deliverance from some peril, right? Some situation that in the previous psalm there was a big lamentation, right? Now, from studying today's daily psalm, right, we can compare this, right? We can compare Psalms 46 to Psalm 48. Psalm 46 to Psalm 48. Any of the Chaverim know why that is important in I studies? Right? You know, repetition, right? Repetition is a part of education, a part of learning, repetition, right? It goes to the whole word Shana in the Mishnah sense, And also where it says in Deuteronomy, in this very book coming up here, where it says to teach them diligently to your children. Right? When we get into that right there, the word diligently, teach and diligently, right? In the Hebrew sense is like sharpen, like sharpening makes sharp, right? Sharpening. So the sense of sharpening, right? So in Psalms 46 to 48, which is comparable to today's daily Psalm 75, the evening psalm for the second day of the Shabua, right? They call it Monday. Let's take that as that, from low degrees to high degrees. The second day psalm, the standing psalm, the evening psalm is Psalm 48. So therefore, here in the study notes, right, today's daily psalm, Psalm 75, right, may be compared with Psalms 46 to 48. So we get to study and get to find out, right? As proper disciples, we get to find out, wow. So these psalms here, as we study, they have a context, right, to them. They have a theme to them. And so the evening psalm for the second day of the Shabua, or the second day of the week, would be like how they do it in like some of the African movies and other parts of the world. They usually call Monday is not the first day truly of the week in the true sense, in God's sense. It's the day they call Sunday, or the first day. It's actually the second day of the week, but it is the first market day. That's how they refer to the first market day. So with the first market day, we have the last of these three psalms that they say today's daily psalm may be compared with. Psalm 46 to Psalm 48, and Psalm 48, the evening psalm of the second day of the Shabua, the first market day, right? That tells of the defeat of the Assyrian invasion of Judea. Now, people say, well, why is that so important? Well, there's many reasons why it's so important, but one of the main reasons was the narrative. Well, the Assyrians, they had already taken the 10 tribes of Israel into captivity, right? For all intents and purposes, right? Judah should have just gone into captivity with the 10 tribes, but there was a deliverance, right? A deliverance. So because of that deliverance there, right, we are thankful. And they, no doubt, were very. Check this out. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So the total of the defeat of the Syrian invasion of Judea by one named Sennacherib, right? Sennacherib, and also relating to the same instance. So we see today's daily Psalm content, we're studying the content of daily Psalm. You can see the link with other Psalms and other areas of scripture. Right? Now in the LXX, what's known as the Septuagint, or more correctly in the context, was like the Greek synagogue, right? Scriptures, or the synagogue Greek scriptures. You know, there was a time when people were under the Greeks. You know what I mean? Like now we like under the English speaking people, so like say do this, do that, but some of us speak English and the English scriptures context right here. In the LXX, it has the title of today's daily Psalm, Psalm 75, as a song concerning the Assyrians. And I think also the Royal Empire. See if we can bring up the Royal Empire. We're actually going to go through some of the verses in the Royal Empire. See if we can bring that up and see that here. And also where we can here in the bring this up right here. So this, bring up here. So this right here. One of the best softwares for those the ones who know what software that has to provide, authorize, the Bible text, right? Okay, yeah. Understand. Understand. Yeah, understand. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing it, the sound. How the sound, sounds way better. Okay, I don't know what just happened. Okay, stand by for one moment. Hold on, people. Stand by for a moment. Come. Nay. What is name? Right. Yeah. Okay. Let me try this. Okay. Let's see how this sounds. How this sounds. Any different? Any different? Okay. Let's see this. Okay. All right. Yeah. The Okay, yeah, just a little sound issue right there. But thank you for giving me a heads up on that. So yeah, the Royal Amharic, this software here, we recommend this software. Let me just go back into it right here. Let me close that. Let me go over here again. Let me open this right here. Let me open this. There we go. IOTA on the iesus.com if I want to download it. IESUS, IYESUS .com. Okay, so where are we going to right here? Okay, we're going to today's daily psalm. So here, this is the top IDs key down. We can't really zoom in on it anymore there, so apologies on that. Right? There's probably another way we can zoom in, but let's go. So okay, this is the IDs key down, the New Testament, and here's the Belui key down, and here we're going to let's go to Mezmore Dawit. There we go, right there. That's Mezmore Dawit, the highlighted one. Mezmore Dawit. That's Psalm 1 right there. Let's clear the screen so you can see the full screen. There we go. Mezmore Dawit. Now, it's the Royal Amharic. We call this like the Book of the Seven Seals, Revelation 5:5, right here. Right? In actuality. You know what I mean? The Hebrew two truths in actuality, and also, of course, the figurative of the seven seals. But here, right, we have the Mezmor Dawit, so we can read Revelation 5:5. You know, and in the ancient language, it's the seal, right? And unseal is like the printing, the stamping. If you remember in the ancient times when they had seals, right? A seal, say the king or someone would have a ring seal, and they would basically push it in some wax and the seal. This is where the whole idea is towards like printing. What we have in the modern day, the printing, the modern version of the printing press. But so this is Psalm 1, Mezmore Dawit. In fact, the title here, Mezmore Dawit, is in the is, although it is the Royal Amharic, it still maintains, from its origination. If you want to read more on the Bible, the book of the Seven Seals, authorized Bible, there is the Revised Bible Speech. If I can look it up, like Bible Selassie, Revised Bible Speech, and there's a good Wikipedia page that was the preface. That was the preface to the original printing back in 61, 1968. Hold on for a moment. You heard something like that? I mean, but previously it wasn't like this. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know, like the sound is wavering a little bit, but we're not doing really anything different. We think it could be the technology. Apologies, but if you can give me a heads up, like when it comes in and it happens bad like that, so at least we can know. There might be something important that we're seeking to share. Anyway, we'll get into more of that, but the Revised Amharic Bible Speech, dated the 23rd July, 1961. If we're correct, 1961. Yes. Okay, so right over here, let's go to Psalm 75. Right, Psalm 75. It could be the heat too, the heat. Right. So here, this is okay. So here, Mezmore Dawit. The interesting thing we just noticed right here, Mezmore Dawit, Seba Mist 75 Le Mezamrana Leka Atatifa Ya Safa Miskana Ye Miskana Mezmur. What we have in you see before the first verse, right? The type underneath. I can't get a version, find a way to zoom in on this, right? So we can kind of zoom in on certain parts. But it's Let's see if we can highlight this part here. Can we highlight it? Right. That's one reason why we don't use it so much, but let's see. We might be able to. Okay, there we go. That part there. The title, Mezmore Dawit, a Psalm of Dawit. 75 in the print copy. It's in the Ethiopic, the Ge'ez cipher in the print copy. So instead of seeing 75, the so-called Hindu or Hindi or Arabic letters, it is in the Ge'ez ciphers, Seba, Amis, and then underneath it where it says Le Mezemran Aleka, where we say like to the chief musician, La Menat Seyach in the Hebrew. Here it says Atat Ifa, Atat Ifa, do not destroy. Ye Asaph of Asaph Ye Miskana Mezmor. So now where they have it in the concerning the Assyrians, where we read it in the Amharic, is from the Orthodox Church. The Orthodox Church Amharic translation, right, favors, right, the LXX. We see that in some ways within the one that His Majesty printed right here. This is in what we call the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, the Book of the Seven Seals, where he first went to the Ge'ez, right, translating from the Ge'ez, right, earlier copy, the first copy, the earlier version, before the revised version was in the press circa the fascist invasion. There's word, sound, and evidence for that. And then after the restoration, right, 5 years to the very day, right, after that, in 60, sometimes in the 50s or so, there was a committee, right? All this information is going into in the Revised Amharic Bible speech. It's called a speech, but actually it was a speech, but also it's the preface. You know, like King James in his version, he says like to the high and mighty Prince James, and it goes through a kind of a kind of history, what brought them to the translation, right? The same thing his Majesty, but from the Ethiopian, the line of the tribe of Judah perspective there. So here, this was then after it was translated from the Ge'ez, His Majesty said he did diligent um, study, right, alongside the Hebrew. He had a committee. He said, I'm talking about this right here. Let me see if I can do this right here. Let me see if I can do this right here because we can kind of show you about it. All right, let's do this right here. Okay, LOJ. Let's go to revise to show ones how easy it is to find some of these resources for oneself. Revise Amharic Bible. I'm just going to just stake it on that. See if we can get a lot out of just a few keywords. All right. So here, Revised Amharic Bible. Now here's what y'all got to be aware of. New Amharic Standard Version was first published. Let me see what they're saying here. Was first published. Okay, they got all this stuff. Okay, what's this in Amharic? Okay, Ishi. Now, this is not the version. These are later day versions. For study, just of the language, yeah. But for, our study, the authorized version is best. Right? I just point that out right there and we can get into detail. This is not the one we're talking about. Not 2001 by Biblical. Right? So some of these other versions you got to be aware of. That's why we recommended the IOTA software. Now, you can see when we're going through this, they're saying a lot of this and saying a lot of that. That's why, there we go. You see down here, translation, Bible translation. You can see that we've been there already, right? Because then it has Bible translation. You can see, and then if you want to see the same version on online, you can go to Bible.org. They at least have the decency, right? Let's give them what you call them. They got the decency and the respect. Give them a round of applause. Right? They have a decency and the respect, right? There's a decency and respect to at least, put his name on it, right? Like they said, the King James version, right? Well, the King of Kings version, Haile Selassie, right? Amharic Bible, and then it tells us, there's some history there. If you click on it, someone point this out, right? So everyone can get up to date in the studies, right? So we go full, right? And then it kind of tells you, but it gives proper attribution, right, to the king, and then you can kind of be able to search it. Maybe the Amharic might be a little challenging at first, but at least you can kind of get around. right? Because it has some of the English and the Amharic as over here. You can see one side, right? So let's go over here. This is what we want to go to right here. But I really want to bring out the speech, but this kind of gives you a history of the translation. So you see here, there was the first Haile Selassie Bible in 1935, right? Right? A new translation was underway when Emperor Haile Selassie's patronage, right, under Haile Selassie's, under the King of Kings. In Amharic, we really have, when we see Emperor in the majority of places in the Amharic, it's Negusa Neges, King of Kings. Under the King of Kings, Haile Selassie first patronage, when the Italian army invaded. Now that they give some background there. And then over here, I said 61, my bad, 62. Right, 62, 61. That was what was that? 61. Something else. Other things happened in 61. In 1962, a new Amharic translation from Gutters, right, from Gutters. Now, all of this, much of what this is saying here is accurate, but it's also contained in the Revised Amharic Bible speech. I could have put the word speech there, right? So here, I'll just read a little bit so we can put it into context. In 1962, a new Amharic translation from Gutters, the Ethiopic, was printed. Again, with the patronage of, they say the emperor, will say Negusa Neges, the King of Kings. The preface by the King of Kings, Haile Selassie I, is dated 1955 EC, or according to the Ethiopian calendar, and the 31st year of his reign. Right, there we go, right there. 31st year of his reign. And this is dated to AD 1962. Yekirta, forgive me. Right, slicha, says 61. Right, but 1962, according to the Gregorian calendar. And it states that it was translated by the Bible committee that he convened. His Majesty convened a Bible committee, right? That he convened between AD 1947 and AD 1952. Why? And you know, let me look at this right here. Revised Amharic Bible Statement. Just look at some of the footnotes here. Uhlendorf. Well, they've gotten much better. They've gotten very much better. You know, this is why, brothers and sisters and brothers, your voice, your work matters, your work count. You know, like we have been doing on this platform and on our platforms, because, you know, sometimes if you try to tell them, hey, update your stuff, they'll ignore you. But then if you put it out and you educate and inform the public, you know, and then they're looking stupid, right? Because you're proving evidence, and then they'll have to update their things. You know what I mean? There's more than one way to feed a cat. Not skin in here, right? But here it says that the reason why, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew. So His Majesty in the preface and the printed speech known as the Revised Amharic Bible Speech, he says, right, realizing, and this, the Chaverim brothers and sisters who have been with I and checking the work from years know that this is one of the main things that we've been banging on, and it's good to see that's been included, right, in something that is sort of authoritative from the point of reference and the go-to, such as the Wikipedia here. So I would basically advise ones who are so interested to download the page or the PDF if you know how to do that sort of thing. PDF the page or save a copy of the page, right? But it says, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew and Greek. Words of His Majesty. There ought, so first translation up here, putting this into context, the first, right, Haile Selassie Bible, 1935. Now we have seen that, right? And it's a very interesting read. But we've seen actually portions of we have checked which chapters we've checked: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These are some of the parts that were out there. In fact, in the preface to the 1962 Authorized Revised Bible, Book of the Seven Seals, His Imperial Majesty states that while the 1935 Bible was still in the press, that's when the fascists, right? That's when the fascists had invaded, right, while the book was still in the press, right? Now, I have a theory. I'll call it a theory. I think it's quite true, and when we get the rest of the facts, other facts to prove it, but we'll start out as a theory. We'll humble ourselves. We'll start out as a theory. We have a theory that the reason why they invaded at that time, and they knew, no doubt, through whatever sort of information, that the Bible was in the press or this process was going on, they probably thought that the ark, or certain other items of great value perhaps were close by or nearby. Or perhaps, as it says, even with King David and also the greater David, the greater son, that when the ark was brought up to Zion, because Zion was the palace, Sion was the castle, the palace, if you put it into scriptural context. But while it was in the press, this is when the fascists, the Romanists, the Vaticanians, right, invaded, right? But right here, okay, let's see. Okay. So it goes into some details about that particular version there, right? But that was the first of many of the works of the Rastafari, later to be anointed and crowned, right? Kedamawi Haile Selassie. But here, with the publishing of the 1962, right, or the new, here it says the new Haile Selassie Bible, also is known as the Authorized and Revised Amharic Bible, some of the names for this particular book from the English perspective, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew and Greek. So here, this is the part here, realizing, right here, realizing, let's go right here, realizing, here we go, realizing that there ought to be a revision, right, from the original Hebrew. It's important to note that. So the first translation, right, was from the ancient and available Ge'ez text, right? The Ge'ez or Ethiopic text, right? 1935, then in 36, the invasion and all that, right? Then after restoration and, what had to go on in those years from 1947, right, to 1952, right, his imperial majesty convened, as it says right here, right, it says, states that it was translated by the Bible, right, committee, right, that the emperor, the king of kings, the elect of God convened between the Lion of the tribe of Judah convened between 1947 and 1952 with the Ratzon d'etre. Ratzon d'etre is a French term, ratzon d'etre, that basically means like reason for being. What's the reason for this? Well, based on realizing, as it says right here, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew and Greek of the existing translation of the Bible. So the existing translation was the one from 35, right? Was often called like the first, Haile Selassie, the first Bible, right? And that's what was then kind of printed off of what they called it back in the days. Was this a Xerox? Did they have Xerox back then? Where they had to kind of print it off, or like offset, it was printed and distributed to those during the times of the fascist Vaticanian, right, antichrist invasion, right, of Ethiopia. Check, right? So just want to point that out right there, because that has been our big point, especially when we read it in the Amharic. Many of y'all may have seen the Amharic around, might not have known, what it was in the Amharic, but that right there is the preface, or the Mekdim, which is also translated as the Revised Amharic Bible, or the revision. Let's see, Revised Amharic Bible revision. We're going to bring up the speech just now, but I think this is important, right, to bring out. So it says it included the 66 books of the proto-canon, quote, those held canonical in common with Protestant and Catholic Christians, and the 5 narrow canon deuterocanonical books were published separately. So this is what I've been saying. Let's point this out. The people say, why 66 books? Well, I want the 81, 88. I want all the books. You got to start somewhere. Start at a groundation, right? Foundation. But some have alleged that it's only 66 books. And then nowadays you have some people in the Orthodox Church and even other people connected somehow there too that's saying, well, now we have the complete Bible. It's already translated by Haile Selassie's committee. Haile Selassie and the committee. Let's point that out and give thanks. So what it's doing basically, right, is it was a tribute to whom tribute is due. They are disrespecting the one to whom tribute is due. You know what I mean? And many times it might not be fully conveyed. One might see 66 books and say, well, I want to get one for 81 books. But notice that according to the King of Kings, these were published separately. I'll point to some of y'all who are all deep ending right on the apocryphal books. You need to have a foundation, right? So the foundation, right? These 66 are really in them hard. It's actually, if you count it properly, I think 67 books actually. But be it as it may, the 5 narrow, right, canon deuterocanonical books were published. You see what it says published separately, right? The 5 narrow canon Ethiopian deuterocanonical. Now look at that right there. Look at that word there. You see this word deuterocanonical? Let's zoom in on it big so you can see it big. There we go. Deuterocanonical. It's like the 5th book of Moshe here, right? Deuteronomos, Deuteronomy, Deuteronomos, Deutero. You know what I'm saying? Canonical books, right? So here, this is a good time to touch on this as well. The 5 now canon Ethiopian Deuterocanonical books comprise, what do they comprise? All right, let's go through this. First Enoch. First Enoch is different from the standard editions of Goethe's manuscripts A to Q by foreign academics. Let's point that out. So there are some interesting differences, right? Similarities, but also some differences. There's jubilees. In the Goethes, Ethiopic is called the Metzhafe Kufale, Metzhafe Kufale. And there's the first, second, and third Maccabean, right? Or AKA Maccabees. And this is completely, get this here, completely different from first, second, and third Maccabees. So there's an Ethiopic Maccabean, right, which kind of shows some of the ancient works, how much works there were, right, during that intertestamental time from Malachi to Matthew, right, particularly, right? The 81 books, right, of the 81 book Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church Bible. You see the difference there? The Church Bible. Right? There's the King James Version of the Bible to make this like by comparison. And then there's the one that the Anglican Church use, right? That the clerics in the church. You see the difference? Including the Deuterocanonicals, 46 books of the Old Testament and 35 books of the New Testament, right? Was published in 1986. But you know what they did? Did you read this part here that we're zooming in on? The new Haile Selassie Bible, 1962. And this is what I, Yadin, a.k.a. Ras Iodonis, Tafari, and LOJ Society have called the Book of the Seven Seals, the King of Kings Bible, that they were already translated, right? They already were translated. And they already were published, but under and through the emperor's wise mind separately, right? And now later on, now people will be saying, now we have it all in one book, but they were already, okay, here's the point. What we don't like is that some of these Orthodox Pharisees, right, and scribes, right, seek to take, take the credit, right? To discredit the emperor, right? The king of the anointed King of Kings upon the throne of David, the elect of God, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, right? You know what I'm saying? Their benefactor, right? By Christ. We read the coronation, right? We know according to what's written in the coronation, right? He was anointed, right? And according to the words of the coronation, right? It was our high priest, Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christus, that authorized that, right? According to the coronation, right? See, this is why a lot of these things were suppressed, because many things that many of us in spirit picked up on, right? People say, oh, prove it, prove it. We didn't have the evidence then, but now we do. So this version incorporates a few minor changes or corrections. Changes, definitely. They think they made corrections. Basically, what they do, basically, let me break this down for you. In the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church Bible, they basically take His Majesty's previous um, Bible, right, as well as the separate, right, printing of what would be called the Apocrypha, published separately. What they do is, in the New Testament, they fall back to the Koine Greek, right, and then they so-called make so-called corrections in the Greek. So we have copies of this, and in some of the bad copies, I say the bad copies because instead of even resetting the type print and just printing it all uniformly, you can tell where they kind of over type. You ever see like something that was published and then it's like bold in a funny way? But if you look at it, it's like they kind of inserted other verses here or other words here, and there's some weird spaces. Like they did a very, very sloppy job at it, right? But the footnote says, well, because in the Septuagint, so they basically deep ended, right, on certain other versions of the Septuagint, right? Other than the original versions that the Bible Committee, the Imperial Bible Committee of His Majesty, did back in 1947 to 1957, right? Was it 47 to 57? 47 to 52, my bad, Slika. 47 to 52. So at least they note this right here. The version that is popularly going around now, right, in the Amharic, has a few minor changes and corrections, and most of the changes we noticed were in the New Testament. Just how curious that is, right? We need to kind of do a whole kind of series and study kind of on that right there so we can present, some of the exhibits so you can see it for yourself, right? But take my word for it, it is true, right? So these corrections or minor changes to 1962 Amharic text of the New Testament, but the text of the Old Testament and the Deuterocanon are identical to those previously published under Haile Selassie or under, right, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, Kanamawi Haile Selassie, elect of God, King of Kings of Ethiopia. Oh, so this right here, we got to save this because last time we looked at it, they didn't have all this information. I think they probably updated it, right? Or somebody probably knew the truth and said they had to update it. And that's good. Now, these are the other Bibles you need to watch out for. So we would say if you get the church Bible, okay, that's good. Old Testament, the apocryphal books or the Deuterocanon are the same. The New Testament, minor changes or corrections, be aware, be cautious, right? Because some very bad changes that they made in certain places, not to go into that right now, right? But you can see it when you get a copy of it, you look at the Amharic, you can definitely see it, right? Because the Bible generally doesn't have bold. It's often in a bold print, but doesn't have bold. When you see something that looks like really, really bold in the New Testament, that's the work of the Ethiopian Orthodox scribes and Pharisees, right? But be that as it may, right? Be that as it may, either get the 1962, 66 books, right? We recommend get the 66 books and then get the 81 books, right? It's just a better way to compare and contrast. These other Bibles, if you are just into studying Amharic and seeing how modern Amharic goes or how something from English is translated into Amharic, then you get these Bibles. If you're interested in how to translate an English Bible, right, into Amharic, then you get one of these Bibles, the 87, right, 1987, the 2005, or the ISB, right? Basically, these Bibles are basically English Bibles that have been, right, slavishly or slavishly translated into Amharic. They're interesting. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say they're not interesting, and they are a little according to this how can I say, lukewarm way, right, of faith today. I have to put it like that, right? But they are interesting translations. So basically, if you want to learn Amharic or you're learning Amharic, right, and you're curious about certain like writings, I would say get the UBS, right, the English version, and then get the Amharic version, and then put them side by side. Although they say translate directly from the Hebrew or Greek, right? That way doesn't mean anything, right? And that's why, at least for the church sake, we agree with them when they say they have not been widely embraced by the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. And there's some good reasons for that. But as just a study, if you just want to study and learn, learn about the tricks, then get an English version and then get, the Amharic A7 or 2005 version, get the Living Bible International Translation to English, right? And then you can get the IBS right here, produce a new translation 1985. That's very interesting, right? And it says that this is a translation from the English NIV, the new international version in the English, or is at least very heavily reliant upon it. I'm really, I'm really pleased with what they have written here. Why? Because we've been saying this for over a decade or two. We've been saying a lot of this. And some been like, no, you wrong, you wrong, you wrong, you wrong. Okay, we was right, but now at least we have others that also no doubt have gone over the same evidence, and they can tell you, right? The Biblica version, 2001. So these are other Bibles, other Amharic Bibles. We're not going to do like the European, the counterfeit, Christianity, or the other, Christians did, where they kind of want to suppress people from reading or whatnot. But we just want to say that if you do read it, understand what you're reading, right? To put it into context. The biblical version, 2001, the biblical translation of the Bible is for the Amharic language, which is primarily used in Ethiopia, they say, right? This translation uses an informal language style. So this is like the other Bibles today, like, we show you different Bible translations, say, look, this is easy English, look, this is BBE, this is BSB, or whatever the different acronyms they got, right? They said this translation uses informal language style and applies a meaning-based translation philosophy, right? Philosophy. Give us a teaching of His Majesty, But it's interesting read. So get the English version, get the English version, and then get this, and I think you will learn a lot. It is translated from the biblical languages, which is whatever that means, right? The Old Testament was completed in 2001 and the New Testament in 1988. Hmm. That's interesting. That's a whole reasonement there, right? The Old Testament was completed in 2001, right? And the New Testament in 1988. So when somebody's reading the New Testament and like Yeshua, Robbeinu, our rabbi, the rabbi says, is it not written? Or Paul, right? Rab Shaul, he says, it is written, or quote something. The people couldn't really quote it because they only had the New Testament. Interesting, right? Hopefully lined up one to one. New World Translation of the Bible. Right now, this here is interesting. In 2008, look all these versions. So it seems as though for the Ethiopian audience, they have as many versions as we have in English. Well, go figure, because the majority of these were translated directly from English. Right? Look at that. So here we have the Watchtower Society. Not the Line of Judah Society, but the Watchtower Society. They produce an Amharic translation of Jehovah Witnesses, right? New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. I really got to give it to the Jehovah Witness, though we differ sharply on certain areas of doctrine, but certain other things is very, very interesting. They have put in their work, right, in translating, right? Like all Jehovah Witness, the majority, shall I say, of the Jehovah Witness, the stuff they put out and everything, it has an Amharic version, which is very, very interesting. So what we used to do decades ago was try to get the English, right, and then get the Amharic, and we would sit down side by side and just read it, and it's very interesting. So for one's learning and already have mastered some of the basics, the Fidel, it's an interesting. Get study groups. If one's form study groups, that's probably the best way to form up a study group. You know what I mean? Right? To group up, right? Lastly but not leastly is the Millennium Amharic Bible. Wow. Now we get the Millennium Amharic Bible. Hmm. So the King of Kings, right? Before the King of Kings Bible, there was the Abu Rumi version in Amharic, but then there was the ancient Ge'ez manuscripts. So the King of Kings come forward, right, with the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Apocryphal, and translated all of them. Then the church comes forward and puts everything into one book, and then does some pseudo corrections and changes, right, in the New Testament area of the scriptures. Not all over the place, but where they did, they should have probably left it alone. And just in my scholarly opinion, they should have left it alone, and we can give you reason why they should have left it alone. Um, Even in the Alpha, I don't want to go there, but I'm already going there, right? So in the Our Father prayer, they change up the gender, like when we say you know, that the kingdom. The kingdom is always feminine, right? There's some principles in from Hebrew and the Afro-Shemitic language. They change it, right? Instead of not, which is like she is, to know he is, right? And we find those things absolutely. What can we say? That's why I said, to give you one example why they should have left things alone. I mean, I was surprised. I said, wait, this is Our Father. I said, oh my God. They went and changed but the kingdom, the word, even anybody who understands Amharic or Ge'ez or the Afro-Shemitic language will know that the word for kingdom, mengist, is feminine. So how in the world, right, you put the quote verb kind of form from she is to he is? It's a fire bomb. But anyway, be that as it may, right? The Millennial Amharic Bible, right? For the millennial celebration on the Ethiopian calendar. That's why I think we need to point out these things, and I got to get back in my bag again, to kind of point out these things in some short form content, right? Where we'll zoom in on how could they change the kingdom from she to he. You know what I mean? Boom. And just zoom in, show you the evidence, and do what one's will, right? The Ethiopian Orthodox Church for the millennium celebration on the Ethiopian calendar, that was roughly 2007, 2008. I think 2000, yeah, it would be 2008, right? The Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the Ethiopian Bible Society. Oh, did I tell you that it's Matthew founded the first Bible Society? It was known as the Light and Peace, Barhanana Salam, Metamiya Beit, yeah. So later on, they kind of did something different. They called the Ethiopian Bible Society today, produced a new translation. This translation differed from recent Amharic translations in that the translators generally follow the Septuagint Greek LXX translation for the Old Testament and the Ge'ez for both the Old and New. Hmm. Hmm. I just had to just think about that right there. So the difference is that, right, it differs from the Amharic translations. That means it differs. So you have to ask, what are they fighting against in His Majesty's translation, right? Right. Be that as it may, they say it was warmly welcomed by the Orthodox, but not by Protestants, right? It's interesting because many Orthodox and Protestants right, were able to accept the veracity, the truthfulness of His Majesty's translation, right? But here with this millennial Amharic Bible, it's welcomed by, the Orthodox, and like those under the Pharisees, the scribes, and the Sadducees, you know what I'm saying? But not by the Protestants, right? The Protestants. It says that both sides misunderstanding some points of history and biblical canon. I say it's too much following the West, right? And don't recognize that their ancestors, right, or the ancestors over there did receive in earlier times the best, right? But because now they come more into the West and they see, oh, the West got something different. They're saying it's this and that. It must be correct. So let's do it like that. But you know what? For us in study, hey, this is great. Let's get a copy of that as well. Let's sit that down and let's put it to the test. You know what I mean? See if it can go through, see if it can pass through the fire, right? See if it can pass through the fire. So right here, we went over this, and there's something that we want to do right here. And we saw a link. I think it's right over here. A statement on the Revised Amharic Bible. Let's click this right here. Here we go. Statement on the revised. I'm getting a little feedback here. Yeah. Statement on the Revised Amharic Bible. Right. Now this is from 1961. Okay, I was correct. He did the Revised Amharic Bible speech in 1961, and then the printing of it. Right. The printing. Hold on for a moment, because this is an important little nuance to understand. In Ethiopia, I had right now behind the scenes, I have to get my hard copy. I have to get the hard copy. Okay, it was published, right, actually in Ethiopia in 61, but it reached the international, you could say, community, the United Bible Society, right? It reached them in 62, right? So reaching the West, right, in 1962, but having been done and completed, right, and published in 1961. That's the nuance and the difference right there. Because you can see right here, I was saying 61, 60, came across them saying 62. And I say, okay, maybe we might have been incorrect with that. But as you can see right here, it clearly says what? It clearly says 1961. So in 1961 in Ethiopia, published. In 1961 in Ethiopia, July 23rd, His Majesty gave an address. The address he gave became the Mekdim, the preface, right, for the Ethiopian publication, right? But the one that went through the international Bible societies, United Bible Societies, Commended Bible Societies, they claim to be non-denomination. So therefore, if they have the King James Version of the Bible, for example, the King James Version of the Bible, they would basically, how would they do it? They would take out what King James says. If you look at any old Bible going back to 1611, there's this whole kind of soliloquy and speech and everything that is given to the Most High and Mighty Prince James and so forth and so on. And it speaks about how they translated out of the original languages, the KJV. All of that is taken out. So basically, to keep it non-denominationally, they'll take out those things like the King James preface, and also from His Imperial Majesty's Bible, they took out the preface. But in Ethiopia, when the book was first printed and published, it had this Mekdim. In the Amharic, it's called a Mekdim. Mekdim. It comes from the Kedeme, like Kedamawi, Kedeme, like to proceed, what goes forward, like the foreword, one may say, or the preface, the preface, the preface, right? So this is it right here. And here it says, by Haile Selassie, translated by the Haile Selassie Press. So just to share a little bit of this, because I think this is very important, as we seek to reintroduce, some more like Amharic, Hebrew, where the Amharic and the Hebrew agree. And in some places in the Majesty's Bible, where the Amharic and Hebrew might not agree, right? Because even when we're studying the Hebrew, sometimes in the better study notes, they will point out, well, even in the Hebrew or Jewish, Judaic study notes, they'll point out, well, over here, the Septuagint or the other Bible has this, and that might be an important point to note, right? Or maybe a different translation. So here we have Revised Amharic Bible. Speech of July 23rd, 1961. So this here, oh man, we had a little celebration for, the King of Kings, the Rastafari, the man child's Earth Day. This will be good in the future to keep in mind because there's a lot that often goes on, especially in the Rastafari communities, and the lovers of Haile Selassie, what I mean? The friends and lovers, those who know the truth. You know what I'm saying? Here, the speech of July 23rd, 1961, right? He says, Ethiopia, an island of Christianity, is recorded in history as having received first the Old Testament and then the New Testament earlier than most countries of the world. Why is this important, fellow Rastafari? All right. So if you really call chosen and faithful and carry that name, with honor, right? Then it's what our namesake says, right? It's what he says. It's what him said, right? What him said, right? So though we may say it's the first, it was the oldest, it's the oldest, it's the first, His Majesty does not say that, right? I know it makes us feel good. We were the very first, Some even say, well, actually, it was in Good before it was in Hebrew. Come on now. Come on now. Come on, come on, come on. Come on now, right?
Come be a part of. Come be a part.
All right,
Come be a part.
LOJ.
LOJ. You're part of LOJ. Yeah.
Where
Why?
Hebrew feels like home.
All right. Right. But now, remember that statement there? Because some say, why are you on the Hebrew? I prefer them hard. Well, who cares what you prefer? I mean, well, you care what you prefer, and in some ways I might care as well. If I'm giving you a gift and you prefer this and that, and I want to please you, I'll try to give you, if it's not morally, objectionable, I'll try to give you what you want to get. You know what I'm saying? But notice what the Master says. He said that they received it, right? Ethiopian island of Christianity in a sea of Mohammedanism and pagan and heathenism, right? Right? Heathen is just speaking of other nations, other than that, the Solomonic, Davidic, Israelite nation. So when we say the Israelites of Ethiopia, understand, right? So here, His Majesty says earlier, right? Earlier than most countries of the world, right? Right there, earlier, right? Let's go over here. Earlier, here we go. Earlier, you see right there? Earlier than most countries of the world. Earlier, right? Not first, but earlier, right? Than most. Then what? Most. Then who? Then most countries of the world. And then he also says right here, right, is recorded in history as having received first the Old Testament, right? The Old Testament, okay? First, Ethiopia received the Old Testament. Remember, David had a son named Solomon, and Solomon had a son named David, who renewed the kingdom, right, of Israel in the tops of the mountain. Do you remember Psalm 87, verse 4? With Ethiopia, this was born there, right? When in Old Testament times she received the law. She received Torah. In Old Testament time, remember the psalm that says that the princess shall come out of Egypt and Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands, her hands to God, right? So here he goes on to say, right, the elect of God, right, the anointed king on the throne of David says, when in Old Testament times she received the law, i.e. Torah or the Orit, Torah, and when in New Testament times, right, she receives the gospel or the good news, she ensured, right, that the scriptures were translated. So when we talk about the man child born there, right, and we say she and the man child in Ethiopia, and she and the Israelites of Ethiopia, and she and the man child born there, right? See the connection? She ensured that the scriptures were translated. She did what? She ensured, right? That means that Ethiopia, stretched forth her hands to God, right? She ensured, right, that the scriptures were translated into the ancient language of Ge'ez. So some say Ge'ez, but Ge'ez, right? There we go, right there. From those times to this, right? So first thing he began pointing from the ancient history, bringing all the way to like 61, right? From those times to this, various books, both of spiritual and material profit, have periodically So say like from time to time, been compiled and written in Ge'ez or Ethiopic, called Ethiopic, right? We remember with deep gratitude those fathers of old who, as time and opportunity allowed, worked with much care and labor and have left us books, books, books. Read a book, books for the preservation of the faith. For the what? For the preservation of the faith. So people say, why is such faith nowadays so lukewarm? Right? Because people don't want to read a book. Study. After you read it, study. Right? And read it with comprehension. Right? Have left us books for the preservation, to preserve the preservation of the faith, and for the increase, and for the what? For the increase of learning and knowledge. Learning and knowledge. Education is the key. Right? Because there's a lot of diverse doctrine that's going on out there. Right? And we know that people will say different things, but there's a lot of diverse doctrine that's going out there from Rastafari. Right? And it should not be that way. These things should not be that way. Right? You know, Rastafari of the Rastafari, the anointed, right? King upon the throne of great King David, Kadamah, Haile Selassie. It should not be that way. Right? All the kings, man, right? In former ages, Ge'ez, right? Ethiopic was the language of the country, and so even without an interpreter, the people had no difficulty in examining and understanding the books. So notice that what was different about the Yehudi, right? The Israelites, the Jews, and the Christians, right, within Ethiopia, unlike the Western Gentile church. That's why we say the Western Gentile church or the European church. See, there people had to have a whole revolution, right, and fight back in order to have the Bible translated into their language they could understand. Everything was in Latin, 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 Latin. That's what led to the Protestant Reformation, right? And then in Europe, among the Christians and others, they had all these book burnings. They were burning books, right? And sometimes burning even scriptures, you know what I'm saying? Right? But here, right, people had no difficulty in examining and understanding the books. That means that literacy. You remember, brethren, I've said that when we read the Torah, it seems as though the Israelites were literate. Otherwise, why would Yahweh command them to like read and to write things on their gate and to write? How you gonna, and then to read it to your children? You had to be able to read, right? You had to be able to write, right? So human right is reading and writing, just basic things, right? See how wicked, man to man can be, and no difficulty in examining and understanding the books. But just as one age succeeds another, so Amharic, which sprang from Ge'ez, right? So it's like Ge'ez would be like the parent, and Amharic would be like the child. And Ge'ez is a Shemitic language. So some people be like, well, Ethiopia is ham, ham, salami, and bacon, but ham, right? Well, why is it, right, that Ge'ez is Shemitic, right? And why is it that Ge'ez is considered within certain academic circles, right, as being, for lack of a better word, kind of an ancient and a pure, right, a kind of a pure Shemitic language? And why would the translators in the Western tradition, right, refer to Ge'ez, right, to get clarity about certain Hebrew words? Okay? At that time, Ge'ez was understood by the learned people of the church, but was not readily understood by the ordinary people. So you see, like, even in Europe, they had Latin, the Vulgate, and the Latin Bibles, right? But then people started, there's other Romance languages, French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, these other languages and everything. So the people, they would go to church, and then the priest do everything in Latin, and they'll look for signals for when to get up, when to sit down, when to, put their hands up, say amen. But they didn't really understand what was going on. Right? Well, this can happen, with languages and old languages. And the same thing happened in Ethiopia. What do? right? Did he just keep the people in ignorance? No, his majesty is going to tell us, right? Ge'ez was understood by the learned people of the church, but was not readily understood by the ordinary people. Arising from this, the scholars, like the savants, right, in their preaching and work have for centuries. So while in Europe people were kind of dying just to know what the truth of that Latin phrase is in the language they could understand it, right? Over here, right? But then over there in Ethiopia, the scholars in their preaching and work were have for centuries been forced in their teachings to interpret Ge'ez into Amharic. So the people were not just like, reading something and then giving people a paraphrase, right? But actually, interpreting, right, it into the language of the people, the royal Amharic of that time. And these conditions prevailed until our own times. So as Master is saying, he's giving us an ancient history lesson on the Bible, Ethiopia, and the heritage, the divine heritage. Check, right? All here just in one word sound. Since the time when by God's goodness, right? Begziavia Chernetu, right? We have chosen, right? We were chosen to ascend the throne of Ethiopia. Now, there's a whole biblical verse. Some of you might know it. Is in one of the 80s Psalms. It says, and like happy is the man that you choose and cause to come near to you. Remember when it says about the man child, he was snatched up to God and to his throne, right? And the throne of God is not up in the sky, but the throne of God is David and Solomon's throne on earth, right? The Bible says so. The Bible calls Solomon and David's throne. It's Solomon's throne when Solomon was on it, but really the throne of his father David. It calls that throne right there the throne of the Lord, the throne of Yahweh, the throne of Exia, right? The sustainer, the good, generous. We were chosen, right? Blesses the man who you chooses, right? And cause to come near, right? We were chosen to ascend the throne of Ethiopia. And while we have been leading our people to progress, remember Ethiopia in the context of Ethiopia stretching forth her hands to God, Psalm 68:32, right? While we have been leading our people to progress in what? In learning and knowledge, we have labored in every way possible with an eye to their growth in spiritual and material learning and knowledge. So, two key words we find here, right? In the utterance, right? The oracle, right? Of the elect of God, learning and knowledge, right? So we got to learn. You see, it's not just knowledge, but we have to learn. See, from the learning process comes what you know, the knowledge. In order to reach this goal, and realizing that the first necessity was to have the scriptures translated into Amharic. Look at the first what? Necessity. Necessity is not a preference or not like what they call it. When we was in school, you had your electives, the electives. Like when you're in school, you can choose other courses that's not part of your main course study, right? But then whatever is the main course study is part of your core curriculum, right? And the core curriculum is necessary, elective and preference, you could choose other kind of things you want to study too, but you have to get in the core curriculum, right? The necessity, or as we call it, the must necessity, the monacity. Here's Matthew says that the first necessity was to have the scriptures translated into Amharic and printed in bulk. All right, support LOJ Society. We're seeking to do the same thing with His Majesty's Bible. We might have to go at it again, to really, get a kind of a drive so that we can, print the Bible in full, properly, right, ourselves, right? Translated into Amharic and printed in bulk, right? Not just one here, one there, but have enough, right, for ones and ones willing to receive everywhere. When 1918, when we were still heir to the throne, look at that. His Majesty did this while what? Rastafari, right? While he was Rastafari, right? While we were still heir to the throne and regent, when he was heir and plenipotentiary, we we chose from amongst the scholars some to translate the scriptures and to produce the translation alongside the Gu'as, alongside the Ethiopic called the Gu'as. Now, what's important about this? What he was doing, the church wasn't fully doing it. You have to overs this. This is interesting. In Europe, there had to be a Protestant Reformation. They talk about Martin Luther, the Protestant Reformation and the German princes, some of them black princes, but anyway, be as may, the German princes. You know what I'm saying? But in Ethiopia, it didn't have to get to that. You know what I'm saying? Right? We had the one, right, who stood forward and understood what the need was and responded to that need. Right? This is why we call him the Lion of Judah.
Discipleship.
So right here. Just to get through this right here, right? So he chose the scholars to translate the scriptures and produce the translation. Did you know that some of the same books that are printed by the church and other Ethiopian Orthodox folk today, especially the older books, right? The original printing and the older books were the translation that His Majesty provided from 1918. Did you know that? Right? Now you'll think about it and say, wait, some, not all, but some say, how can you say blasphemy and slander against the King of Kings of Ethiopia, the elect of God, and yet they'll sit down and they'll read, right, what he, right, through the grace of Xavier produced for them, right? Maybe they just don't know the truth. Let's pray for them, right? After this too, at our private expense, so going into his own pocket, right? That's where we get our example. We go into our own pocket. He says, at our private expense, we had a printing machine brought from Europe, right? Established a printing press. That was the Burhanana Salam, right? Matamiya Beit. And began to have books printed. Some of the books which we caused to be printed in Ge'ez and Amharic at that time, read in churches and homes, have been found profitable to the establishment of faith and to spiritual strengthening. After that, noting that the mind of the people continued to grow in understanding, we arranged for a word-for-word translation. So here we just seeking to go into the details of what we read from the overview, right, on the Amharic Bibles and the translations, right, just previous hitherto, right? We arranged for a word-for-word translation. This is why when we talk about softwares like this over here, right, the IOTA, and we big up the IOTA, because the IOTA and a few others, they utilize His Imperial Majesty's translation, the word for word. This is why in these Bibles like IOTA here, right, let's bring that. You see where they can line up the King James and the Strongs and therefore the Hebrew with it, right, in the Old Testament and the Koine Greek in the New Testament. Many of these other Bibles, after the Orthodox Church's compilation of His Majesty's work, you know what I'm saying? You can't do that with. I just point out plain, right? So this one here, it uses the text that's used here is the authorized, revised Amharic Bible text of His Majesty, of that which we're reading, the preface here to the printing, right? So here it says, we arrange for a word-for-word translation into Amharic of the books of the Old and New Testaments. Our scholars completed the translation and presented it to us in 1931, right? And this is also when the first written constitution for Ethiopia, yeah? And we order, right, one by hand is printing. Look at that. And ordered one by hand, right? It's printing. That then let's see. This here they have to go over. This is not a good. This is not a good copy right here. Right? It says then that while something is more like that while the book was still that while the book was still yet within the press. However, enemy aggression in 1935 when they had crossed the border up by Eritrea and everything, right, halted the work. Even so, right, when in exile in London, the Fairfield House, heel up, big up, Imperial Bike Ride of the Ethiopian World Federation incorporated the first unit. Yes, Fairfield House. Yeah, so this is linking with that history there. Even so, when in exile in London or London, we gave permission to for this same Bible to be printed by photo offset. That's what I was trying to think. It wasn't called Xerox at the time, but it was photo offset, right? And it was duly issued by this book. Here was man said, by what? Remember Revelation 5:5, right? The book, right? By this book, our Ethiopian subjects in exile in many countries held fast, held firm to their faith, and presented their petitions to Almighty God. Hulun Yemichil Amlak, to El Shaddai, Hulun Chai Amlak, as they awaited the restoration of Ethiopia. Right? Last part here. Just one more paragraph here, brothers and sisters, and we move forward. But since we're touching on the Amharic Bible, Haile Selassie's Bible, we know there's a lot of confusion and disinformation out there. There's a reason why we just took the time to go through this. Hope that it is beneficial, right? And hope our Father Bashem Yeshua is pleased. When all honor and praise be le'exyaviher, right, to God, to Yahweh, we had brought about the liberation of Ethiopia. So as Matthew says, when all honor and praise be to God, Exavia, we had brought about the liberation of Ethiopia and had entered our empire, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew and Greek. Here we go right here. From the original what? You see that right there? From the original, let's highlight that there. Right, there we go. From the original Hebrew and Greek, right? A revision from the original. This is why when we talk about its use, right, in some of the softwares, like over here, the IOTA, you can go to the Iesus, IYESUS.com, Iesus.com, right? Iesus.com site there. You could download this right here. And as you can see right here, when we hit the red, we can bring up the Strong's Concordance, right? Both in the regular print, right? The regular, and then when you get into the more detail, right? So kind of going word for word, you can see here, Ibrayist, the Hebrew here, Elohim, and basically the Strong's Concordance is lined up 1-to-1. And then we also have the Amharic, right there, the Royal Amharic, the authorized print. Like when we talk about the King James Version, the authorized Bible, yes, the authorized one, right? And what's interesting in Deuteronomy, it speaks about when Israel would have a king, that the king was to make a copy, right, of the scriptures that was in the possession of the priests, the Levites, who were priests, right? Interesting there, right? So here's Matthew says, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew and Greek of the existing translation of the Bible. So up to that time, it was the one from 1931, right? Up to that time, the 1931, right? And then after the restoration, right, he says, realizing that there ought to be a revision from the original Hebrew of the Old Testament and Greek of the New, right, of the existing translation of the Bible, we chose scholars qualified for the work of biblical training. And on March 6th, 1947, set up a Bible committee in our palace. The committee worked with diligence for some 5 years. And on April 19th, on the 19th of April, right, 1952, presented the translation to us. We give heartfelt thanks to all who helped us in this work. All the ancient scriptures, and here's sealing it up, all the ancient scriptures were written for our instruction, in order that through the encouragement they give us, we may maintain our hope with fortitude, a strong hope, a strong expectation, right? Because we desire that the light that comes from the scriptures, again, because we desire that the light that comes from the scriptures, the word, the living word, the word in us, because we desire that the light which comes from the scriptures may shine to all. This Bible, by our command and will, has been revised and printed in the 31st year of our reign. Interesting on the numbers there. The first printed, the first Bible, the first one was 1931. And here, the revised, authorized, revised Amharic Bible, the Metzaf Kedus, Revelation 5:5, printed, right, revised and printed in the 31st year of our reign. Right? So here, this is the Wikipedia page site, and they call this statement on the revised Amharic Bible, and also take notes, right? The speech of July 23rd, right? July 23rd, 1961, on the Earth Day, right? Revelation, right? 12, that man child caught up, right? To God's throne. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers. No, this was a segue. We didn't expect to get into this, but really didn't really plan this, but all things work together for the good of those who love Xavier, Elohim, and who are called according to his purpose. So here we just wanted to show like the Amharic, and we're just going to go through a little bit of this right here, with ones and ones. That's what was actually queuing. All of this was being queued up kind of for that. And then we recognize, well, how much we just need to share, right? But here, let's hear the thought.
Salam to T'ena Yistaling, fraternal. Salam to T'ena Yistaling, fraternal greetings. Here. Today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here after the order of Melchizedek. Here we have Psalm 75, Mezmor Seba Amist. Themed here, Amarinya. Here we'll be reading the English KJV alongside the HSV, the Haile Selassie version, according to the authorized, revised Amharic Bible. And here in the parallel Bible published by the Lion of Judah Society, here we have the Psalms, Mezmore Dawit, the Psalms, the chants, the Isis, the intonation of Dawit, Psalms of David. Here, a parallel Bible version containing in one volume both the 1611 AD English KJV and the Ethiopian King of Kings 1961 AD Amharic text, originally published by Moa Anbesazem yeNegerachew, the Lion of Judah, hath prevailed. Godamawi, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Siyume Xavier, elect of God, Negus Negese, Ethiopia, King of Kings of Ethiopia. So here, we have an introduction, annotation, and a brief commentary here in this special Jubilee printing from 2011 AD. But today's daily psalm, right here, Mezmore Dawit, Seba Arat, Seba Amist, Bekinfwist, Seba Amist. So in the ancient, known as 74, in the parentheses corresponding to the today's numbering of the psalm, it is Seba Amist, 75. Has a theme right here, Le Melakotawi Danya Yekarebe Zamare. Le Melakotawi Danya. For to the divine, Le Melakotawi, Danya, judge. Yekarebe, Zemare. Yekarebe, that which is presented, brought near. Yekarebe, Zemare. From the same root as Mezmor, which is psalm, in the Royal Amharic, the pure language of the Sun and Negus, the language of the Negus, the Sun and Negus and Neges. Mezmor, as we have Mezmore, Dawit, Psalm of David, chant, intonation. Here we have Zemare, a chant. This ancient Afro-Shemitic word, also found within the Hebrew. Now, in the Sefer Tehillim, it is themed the nation's gratitude. But here, we're going to read and ride up with today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and hereafter the order of Melchizedek. Here the superscription. Lemezemran aleka, atatifa, ye asaf, ye miskana mezmor. The English translation says to the chief musician. It's a superscription which in the Sefer Tehillim, in the Hebrew Psalter, accounts in the ancient as the first verse. But it's a superscription, the title. Lemezemran aleka, to the chief musician, to the aleka of the mezemran. Lemezemran aleka, atatifa. Corresponding with the Hebrew, we have here in the Hebrew, la menatzeyach, al tashchet, tashchet, destroy, al tashchet, do not destroy. Corresponding with the Royal Amharic, atatifa, don't destroy, don't cause it to be lost, don't destroy, atatifa. Le mezamran aleka, atatifa, ye asaf, ye miskana mezmor, of Asaf, ye miskana, of thanks, of praises, ye of miskana, thanks, praise, mezmor, a chant, and eyes of thanks and praise. This here corresponds with the ancient, the Hebraic, la menatzeyach, for the chief musician, for the overcomer, la menatzeyach, al tashchet, mizmor, le asaf, shir, le asaf, of Asaf, shir. In the Hebrew, it's a shir, it's a song. A song for the leader, chief musician. Al tashchet, do not destroy. A psalm, a chant. Eyes of Asaf, a song. Bamaring in the Metzaf Kedus, in the Book of the Seven Seals. Le mezemran aleka, atatifa, ye Asaf, ye miskana mezmor. Kuter an, verse 1. Abetu, ina mesegin halen, sim hinima in teralen, ta'amratehina hulu inagaralo. To thee, I, O God, abetu, I, Father's Father, O Ab of the Beit, abetu, inna mesagin halen. Do I and I thank thee, I, inna mesagin halen, I and I thank thee, I, abetu, inna mesagin halen, simhenim interalen. To thee I, do I and I give thanks. Yangfu Isis, Miskana, Inamesagin Halen. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. Simhenim, Simih, the I male name, Simhenim. And as for the I's male name, Simhenim, in the Teralen, do we call on the I name, the I male name, Simhenim in Teralen, Tamratihin hulu inagralo, Tamratih, the I wonders, amazing work, Tamratihin hulu, all inagralo. I speak, I tell. For thy name is near, KJV has thy wondrous works declare. All of your amazing ta'amratihin hulu inagralo. I speak, I tell, inagralo. I talk of all your amazing, your wonderful ta'amrat, that which is quite highly is the word in Ge'ez. It's like to know. It has to do with knowledge, but often it's translated as miracles because it's a high knowledge. They're wonderful. They're wonderful. They're amazing. But the root of miracle or wondrous in this sense is that which is past usual ordinary man's comprehension. It's learned. It's highly known, highly knowledgeable. The science, high science. Tamratihin hulu inagralu kuter hulet. Verse 2. When I receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. Gizewin, the time sikabel, when I receive, when I kebele, sikebel, gizewinna sikebel, ine, I begin uprightly iferdalo, I will judge. Gizewin sikebel, ine begin iferdalo. Kuter source, verse 3. Midrina be'erswa wista yaminorut hulu wa kelletu. Inema misesochuana atenao. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it, Selah. Midrina be'erswa wista yaminorut hulu kelletu. Midrina, midr, earth, the land. Midrina, the land, and be'erswa, in her wist. In her, be'erswa, in her, within her, yeminor those who dwell, those who live, hulu, all keletu, they melt. Inem and I, misesochuan, the pillars, atenao. Atenao can also be in the sense I study, but also in the sense that we have here in the KJV to say, I bear up, atenao. Inem, misesochuan, atenao. Kuter arat, verse 4. Ametzenyochen atebedlu al-Chwacho chatiatenyochenim kendachohun atansu. I said to the fools, Ametzenyoch. Here we have the rebels. Bamarinya and Amharic in the Metzaf Kedus, here in the Book of the Seven Seals and the Psalms to the Mezmor Dawit, here in Mezmor Dawit, Seba Arat, begint with Seba Mist, Psalm 75, it says, Ametzenyochin. Ametzenyoch, the rebels, Ametzenyochin, with the ne at the end as a direct object marker for the verb. Ametzenyochin, the rebels, atebedlu al-Chwacho. Don't do wrong. Atebedlu al-Chwacho. Ametzenyochin, atebedlu al-Chwacho. Chatiatenyochinim, kendachuhun atansu. Deal not foolishly. Don't wrong. Atebedlu al-Chwacho. Al-Chwacho, I have said to them. Al-Chwacho. And to the wicked, chatiatenyochinim, and to the sinners, the uckers. To the chatiatenyoch. Chatiatenyochinim, and to the sinners, kendachuhun atansu. Kendachu. Your horn. Y'all horn. Kendachuhun atansu. Don't lift up. Don't lift up y'all horn. The il canudo. Kendachuhun atansu. Kuter amis. Verse 5. Kendachuhun iskalai atansu. Begzyabi herim. Lai ametzin atanagaru. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak not with a stiff neck. Kendachuhun iskalai atansu. Begzyabi herim. Lai ametzin atanagaru. Here we have Bamarinya, y'all horn, kendachun, iskalai, high, to the above, atansu, don't lift up, be'egziabi harim, and upon be'egziabi harim, lie against the sustainer, egziabi harim, sustainer, the good, the generous Father, be'egziabi harim, lie, ametzin atanagaru. Don't speak rebellion, don't speak ametz, Ametzin atnagaru. Don't speak rebellion. Kuter Sidis, verse 6. Kubr ka misraka waim ka mi'raba waim ka midre beda yelemina. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. Kubr ka misrak from the east, waim ka mi'rab, nor from the west wine, or ka midre beda, from the desert yelemina. For it is not, promotion is not from the east or the west, the misrak or the mi'rab, or ka midre beda, not from the desert, the midre of the beda, midre beda yelemina. Kuter sebat, verse 7. Egziabi faraj no winna, yehin yawardal, yehinima yakavral. But God, Egziabi her sustain the good, the generous Father, is the judge. Egziabi her faraj no winna. Yehin yawardal. Yehinima yakavral. He putteth down one. Yehin yawardal. Yehinima yakavral. And setteth up and honoreth another. He causes one to be humbled or humiliated, and he honors the other. እግዚአብሔር ፈራጅ ነውና ይህን ያዋርዳል ይህንም ያከብራል. Note that the psalmist theme, ለመለኮታዊ ዳኛ የቀረበ ዝማሬ, a chant, an intonation that is presented for the divine. Melekotawi danya, the Melekotawi danya, John Hoy, le Melekotawi danya yekarebe zamare. This verse here, verse kuter sabat, እግዚአብሔር ፈራጅ ነውና ይህን ያዋርዳል ይህንም ያከብራል. Kuter cement, verse 8. ጽዋ በእግዚአብሔር እጅ ነውና ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ ሞላበት. ከዚህ ወደዚያ አገላበጠው ነገር ግን አተላው አላፈሰሰም. የምድር ኃጢአተኞች ሁሉ ይጠጡታል. For in the hand of እግዚአብሔር, sustaining the good generous arm, there is a cup, there is a chalice. ጽዋ በእግዚአብሔር እጅ ነውና. And the wine is red, it is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same, but the dregs thereof, all the wicked, the ratchet of the earth shall wring out. Drink! According to the reading without italicization, all the wicked, the ratchet of the earth shall wring them out and drink them, or all the wicked, the ratchet of the earth shall wring out. Drink! Bamarinya, ጽዋ በእግዚአብሔር እጅ ነውና ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ ሞላበት. Here it says, not being mixed. ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ, wine ሞላበት is filled in it, without mixture. ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ ሞላበት. ከዚህ ወደዚያ አገላበጠው, like poured from here to there in that sense. ከዚህ ወደዚያ አገላበጠው ነገር ግን አተላው አላፈሰሰም. But the dregs, mention the dregs, I will not drink. Yeah, midr, the dregs of the cup, I'm not going to drink. Yeah, midr of the earth, ኃጢአተኞች ሁሉ ይጠጡታል. But all of the sinners, the uckers, the ኃጢአተኞች of the earth shall drink. Yeah, midr ኃጢአተኞች ሁሉ ይጠጡታል. ቁጥር 9, verse 9. እኔ ግን ለዘላለም ደስ ይለኛል ለያዕቆብም አምላክ ዘማሬን አቀርባለሁ. But I will declare forever. I will sing praises to the God, the true good, to the source of Yaakov, the source of Jacob, the God of Jacob. Again, however, as for I, again, lezalam desilenyal. I will be happy, joyful, desilenyal, happy, joyful forever. Lezalam desilenyal. Le Yaakobim amlak, and for the source, the Amlak of Yaakov, le Yaakobim Amlak, Zemarin Akarvalo. I will present my chant, my eyes as my song, to the source of Jacob, of Yaakov, le Yaakobim Amlak, Zemarin Akarvalo. Kuter 10, verse 10. የኃጢአንን ቀንዶች ሁሉ ይሰብራሉ የጻድቃን ቀንዶች ግን ከፍ ከፍ ይላሉ. All the horns of the wicked, of the ratchet, also will I cut off. የኃጢአንን ቀንዶች ሁሉ ይሰብራሉ. የኃጢአንን ቀንዶች, and of the uckers, the horns, hulu, all of them, ይሰብራሉ. I will break all the horns of the uckers. የጻድቃን ቀንዶች ግን, however, the horns of the righteous, የጻድቃን ቀንዶች ግን kef kef yalalu. But the horns of the righteous they shall be lifted high. They shall be lifted high. Yes, I. Rastafari.
Yes. From that work right there, Psalm 75. Psalm 75 right here, using the IOTA software here on the podcast. And
Discipleship Radio.
Disciples right here, native speaker, going over, here from a native speaker, Abraham Chebuda here on the Billie Jean Dubwise, Roland Harg, HSV, Haile Selassie version, Sima Rastafari, yes, I.
መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ ምስጋና መዝሙር። አቤቱ እናመሰግንሃለን ስምህንም እንጠራለን። ታምራትን ሁሉ እናገራለሁ። ጊዜውን ስቀበል እኔ በቅን እፈርዳለሁ። ምድርና በእርሷ ውስጥ የሚኖሩት ሁሉ ቀለጡ። እኔም ምሰሶቿን አጸናሁ። አመፀኞችን አትበድሉ አልኋቸው። ኃጢአተኞችንም ቀንዳችሁን አታንሱ፣ ቀንዳችሁን እስከ ላይ አታንሱ፣ በእግዚአብሔርም ላይ አመፅን አትናገሩ። ክብር ከምስራቅ ወይም ከምዕራብ ወይም ከምድረ በዳ የለምና እግዚአብሔር ፈራጅ ነውና ይህን ያዋርዳል ይህንም ያከብራል። ጽዋ በእግዚአብሔር እጅ ነውና ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ ሞላበት። ከዚህ ወደዚያ አገላበጠው፣ ነገር ግን አተላው አልፈሰሰም። የምድር ኃጢአተኞች ሁሉ ይጠጡታል፣ እኔ ግን ለዘላለም ደስ ይለኛል። ለያዕቆብም አምላክ ዝማሬን አቀርባለሁ። የኃጥአንን ቀንዶች ሁሉ ሰብራለሁ፣ የጻድቃን ቀንዶች ግን ከፍ ከፍ ይላል። መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ ምስጋና መዝሙር። መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ ምስጋና መዝሙር።
Yes. Psalm 75, today's daily psalm, right there. Hopefully touch on it a little bit more. Hear it in the English, some of the Hebrew highlights.
Psalm 75.
מזמור עין ה' למנצח אל תשחט, מזמור לאסף, שיר. הודינו לך אלוהים.
Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks.
הודינו וקרוב שמך.
Unto thee do we give thanks.
וקרוב שמך.
For that thy name is near.
וקרוב שמך.
Thy wondrous works declare.
סיפרו נפלאותיך.
When I shall receive the congregation.
כי אקח מועד.
I will judge uprightly.
אני משרים אשפוט.
The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved.
נמוגים ארץ וכל יושביה.
I bear up the pillars of it.
אנוכי תיקנתי עמודיה. סלע.
Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked, lift not up the horn, lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture. and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be
Yes,
exalted.
yes, yes. Here's Psalm 75, as we read in the notes and shared, connected with Psalm 46 to Psalm 48, evening psalm for the second day, Psalm 48, and they're going to touch on this first reading here in the fifth book of Moshe. Again, Chazak, Chazak, we need Chazak. Here, Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Rastafari, Africa is a must, so nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus, Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימינך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטך. שובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, King of kings, King of kings, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia.
And so right here, not the first time, but here, I don't know if many of them, you all have heard this right here, the Amharic, Psalm 48 here, plus the English, here. Check it.
መዝሙር 47 በቅንፍ 48 በሁለተኛ ሰንበት የቆሬ ልጆች የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ትልቅ ነው፣ በአምላካችን ከተማ በተቀደሰው ተራራ ምስጋናው ብዙ ነው። በሰሜን ወገን በመልካም ስፍራ የቆመ የምድር ሁሉ ደስታ የጽዮን ተራራ ነው። እርሱም የትልቁ ንጉሥ ከተማ ነው። እግዚአብሔር በአዳራሾቿ መጠጊያ ሆኖ ይታወቃል። እነሆ ነገሥታት ተከማችተው በአንድነት መጥተዋል። እነርሱ ሳይተው ተደነቁ፣ ደነገጡ፣ ታወኩ። መንቀጥቀጥ እንደ ወላድ ምጥ በዚያ ያዛቸው። በኃይለኛ ነፋስ የተርሴስን መርከቦች ተሰብራለህ። እንደ ሰማን እንዲሁ አየን። በሰራዊት ጌታ ከተማ በአምላካችን ከተማ እግዚአብሔር ለዘላለም ያጸናታል። አምላክ ሆይ በአሕዛብ መካከል ምሕረትህን ተቀበል። አምላክ ሆይ እንደ ስምህ እንዲሁም እስከ ምድር ዳርቻ ድረስ ምስጋናህ ነው። ቀኝህ ጽድቅን የተሞላች ናት። አቤቱ ስለ ፍርድህ የጽዮን ተራራ ደስ ይበለው፣ የአይሁድም ሴት ልጆች ሐሴት ያድርጉ። ጽዮንን ክበቧት፣ በዙሪያዋም ተመላለሱ፣ ግንቦቿንም ቁጠሩ፣ በብርታቷ ልባችሁን አኑሩ። አዳራሿን አስቡ፣ ለሚመጣው ትውልድ ትነግሩ ዘንድ። ለዓለምና ለዘላለም ይህ አምላካችን ነው፣ እርሱም ለዘላለም ይመራናል።
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgment. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
Yes. King Tubby, the King Tubby, Zion dove there. Could have shared the Bower dove, Sir Coxsone sound system right there. But here we do have this Torah reading and feeding, but a little bit of the Sir Coxsone, if you please. Yeah.
Rastafari.
Whoa.
Africa is a must. So nobody force now. you have to jump on this here bus. Zion born, right? Do it.
መዝሙር 47 በቅንፍ 48 በሁለተኛ ሰንበት የቆሬ ልጆች የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ትልቅ ነው፣ በአምላካችን ከተማ በተቀደሰው ተራራ ምስጋናው ብዙ ነው። በሰሜን ወገን በመልካም ስፍራ የቆመ የምድር ሁሉ ደስታ የጽዮን ተራራ ነው። እርሱም የትልቁ ንጉሥ ከተማ ነው። እግዚአብሔር በአዳራሾቿ መጠጊያ ሆኖ ይታወቃል። እነሆ ነገሥታት ተከማችተው በአንድነት መጥተዋል። እነርሱ ሳይተው ተደነቁ፣ ደነገጡ፣ ታወኩ። መንቀጥቀጥ እንደ ወላድ ምጥ በዚያ ያዛቸው። በኃይለኛ ነፋስ የተርሴስን መርከቦች ትሰብራለህ። እንደ ሰማን እንዲሁ አየን። በሰራዊት ጌታ ከተማ በአምላካችን ከተማ እግዚአብሔር ለዘላለም ያጸናታል። አምላክ ሆይ በአሕዛብ መካከል ምሕረትህን ተቀበልን። አምላክ ሆይ እንደ ስምህ እንዲሁም እስከ ምድር ዳርቻ ድረስ ምስጋናህ ነው። ቀኝህ ጽድቅን የተሞላች ናት። አቤቱ ስለ ፍርድህ የጽዮን ተራራ ደስ ይበለው፣ የአይሁድም ሴት ልጆች ሐሴት ያድርጉ። ጽዮንን ክበቧት፣ በዙሪያዋም ተመላለሱ፣ ግንቦቿንም ቁጠሩ። በብርታቷ ልባችሁን አኑሩ፣ አዳራሿን አስቡ፣ ለሚመጣው ትውልድ ትነግሩ ዘንድ። ለዓለምና ለዘላለም ይህ አምላካችን ነው፣ እርሱም ለዘላለም ይመራናል።
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
Yes. So here, give thanks. Here we have this Torah reading and feeding. Beginning off right here, the 5th book of Moshe, Hebrew book that is called, in the English, is called the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, interesting. Look at the names of the books. Okay, Leviticus, Numbers, Exodus. But Deuteronomy means repetition of the law, repetition of the deuteronomos, of the law. We have a new generation here. After the 40 years wandering that is recorded, right? Some highlight details in the 4th book of Moses, known as Numbers, Bamidbar. So Hebraically, Bamidbar in the wilderness, Sefer Bamidbar in the wilderness. And then we have the Sefer, here, Sefer Ha-debarim, the debarim, ha-debarim. The words, the words, the words, the words. So here for this week's Torah portion is the 44th. So here we at the 44th degree of our sabbatical studies right here, and here we'll begin right here the second day moving into the third day. Begin with the first reading, right? The second reading, first reading for the first day, that ones will call Sunday, the first day Yom HaRishon, and then here Yom HaSheni, we have the second day that they call Monday, and also looking forward to the Yom HaShalishi, the day that's coming forward, forward, forward. In the Western Gentile world, they call that the Tuesday, right? So at least if we can touch on the first, second, and even just begin to look forward for the third reading. So here we see the Aliyot right here. So here, Devarim, Devarim. Modern Hebrew, Devarim, Devarim. In the ancient pointing, Debarim, Debarim, Devarim, Debarim. Bamarinya, this opening phrase corresponds to yeNegerachew Kal. yeNegerachew Kal, like in the words that he said, right? Yehidno, Yehidno. This is the words that he said, right? yeNegerachew, yeNegerachew Kal, Kal, Kal in the Amharic is like the call. Call is like voice in the Hebrew, the call. And then we have the Kal. Kal is like the word. yeNegerachew Kal corresponding to Devarim. Devarim, Devarim, the words. These are the words, Devarim. As we mentioned before, Midbar, the word Midbar for wilderness, has as its root the Dalet, the Beit, and the Resh, or the D, the Da, Ba, and the Ra, right? The Dalet, right? The D, the Ba, or the Beit, the B, and the Resh, the R, right? And Dabar means word as a noun, and as a verb, it means to speak, Dabar, right? So here we have in modern Hebrew, Devarim is like a soft B that may sound like a V, Devarim, but more fully enunciated, Debarim, Debarim, the words, Negaracho Kal, Debarim, Debarim. So here we pick up, right, with the Torah reading here, first reading here in this fifth book. We pick up with Deuteronomy chapter 1, from verse 1 to chapter 3, verse 22. Right? So the first day's reading, first Ali, the first reading, second reading, third reading. Here we practice, right, and preach too, but practice especially a reading a day. Right? So for the full 7 for the Shabua, right, a good way to go through one study is take a Ali a day. So this here, you can find this here at the lojs.org. As we point out, the probably easiest way to get to is lojs, right, .org, Torah portion, and you should see the link right there. Click on that, and you can find this here, the Torah readings for the Shabbat for the week posted there, right? And so here we have the first reading, second reading, third reading, right? So a reading a day, and Ali a day. The prophet's reading here is Jeshaiah, is Isaiah chapter 1, right? Verse 1 to verse 27, Yeshaya, Isaiah. And then in the Brit Chadasha, the New Covenant reading, we have Acts of the Apostles, chapter 9, focus verses 1 to 21. But here at the groundation, right, here to bring this out, let's zoom in on this a little bit so we can have it more full screen right here. So the Torah portion, the outline, some of the key and significant subject matters, right, in this Torah reading and feeding here at the 44th degree of our sabbatical studies here for Parashat Devarim, the Torah portion coming up for this Shabbat Devarim, right? Devarim, words. What's interesting is the 10 words, what's falsely called the 10 commandments, is actually in the Hebrew known as the Aseret, right? Devarim, Aseret HaDevarim, the 10 Devarim, the 10 words. So this corresponds here to Deuteronomy, repetition of the law, and the law was those 10 words, right? Which was called the Divrei, the words of the Divrei, right? Habrit. Divrei Habrit, the words of the covenant, the Divrei Habrit. So Deuteronomy chapter 1 and 1, we have events. The events at Horeb. At Horeb. Now remember, Horeb is like the other side, so to speak, of Mount Sinai, like almost like a front and a back, a north and a south, right? Orientation, right? So Horeb, right, connected with Sinai, right? So the event, so Moshe here is recalling for this new generation, basically he's testifying, right, of what occurred in their father's generation, right? Just to put Deuteronomy into its proper context, right? That's why it's repetition of the law, right? You spoke these things to the fathers, right? They fell short, right, and died in the Midbar. And now he's speaking them to the children, right, to the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Yisrael, or to the sons, specifically to the sons of Yisrael, to the sons, right, of those previously numbered in the early part, the opening of the book of Numbers, right? So here, that makes a logical sense. Why is it repetition of the law? Because it's being repeated to a new generation, right? As well as the testimony of Moshe, you know. So here he recalls the events at Horeb, at the place called Horeb, right? What were the events at Horeb, right? The events at Horeb are recalled here. Deuteronomy chapter 1 at verse 9, the appointment of tribal leaders, right? Of tribal leaders. The 19th verse of the first chapter, how Yisrael, all man as one man. So all as one man. It's like the church, we're members of one body, right? So Yisrael, right, refusal to enter the land. Yisrael, Yahweh's son, right? It says that his son, he called his son out of what, Mitzrayim. But here in the wilderness, when they should be preparing to enter, we have in Deuteronomy 1:19, Yisrael's refusal to enter the land. Their refusal to enter the land, right? And then scrolling on, Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 34, the penalty for Israel's rebellion. So their refusal to enter the land, you remember after the spies, it goes all back to like the spies. The spies signify the 10th time that they had put to the test, put Yahweh Eloheinu to the test, right? To prove him. You know, can he do this? Can he do that? Or we like this, we like that, right? And they started to murmur and complain and grumble, right? And then after the spies brought back lies, the whole generation got discouraged and sought to go back to captivity, to go back to Mizraim, or Mitzrayim, right? And this is where verse 34 puts it into context, the penalty for Yisrael's rebellion, for all of Yisrael as one man rebellion, right? Deuteronomy chapter 1 at verse 46, the desert years, the wilderness years, the wilderness, and we would call it, they said the desert years, but more correctly, the wilderness years, or the wildness in the wilderness years, right? Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 26 speaks of the defeat of King Sihon, right? And in Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 1, we get the defeat of King Og of Bashan, right? When we get to the prophets reading, known as the prophets reading, or often called the Haftarah, right? Additional reading, right? Bringing out and highlighting some of the core principles and precepts in the Torah reading. Here we have Isaiah chapter 1. We get an intro to the prophet Yeshaya, Isaiah the prophet, Yeshaya HaNabi, right? The intro. Verse 2, it begins off straight to the point, the wickedness, the ratchetness of Yehuda, the wickedness of Judah, right? The wickedness of Judah. In Isaiah Yeshaya, right, chapter 1 at verse 21, the degenerate city. In other words, how had the holy city, turned into degeneracy, right? The degenerate city. So here, just to give an overview at the beginning right here, because here we're in a new book, quite significant. And once again, the chazak, wanit chazek, right? Be strong, and may we strengthen one another, the chazak, right? We need chazek, right? Encourage, be encouraged, chazak, be strong, be strengthened, be encouraged, right? We need chazek, and make we encourage one another, right? In our studies and growing in grace and the knowledge of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, yeah, all that. So Devarim, the Hebrew book here, you can download it, right? This is like a reprint right here, but we kind of use this to sharpen our swords in discipleship. So a point of reference. I haven't pointed to so much, a little bit here, a little bit there, but a little bit more as we go forward. But here we have Devarim. Devarim, popular pronunciation, Devarim, popular pronunciation. Ancient pointing, Afro-Shemitically, Debarim. Devarim, 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 Devarim is both the title for the last book of the scroll of Ha-Torah. So here we have the last book of the scroll, right? So in a proper scroll of Torah, this here is the last book. And the title of the first Torah portion therein. So the first Torah portion is based on the title, the key word, right? And the key word here, Debarim, that means the words, right? And the words Hebraically point to the 10 words. That's falsely called the 10 Commandments. I point that out right there, right? So here, Debarim, it means words. These are the words. The English-speaking world calls this book Deuteronomy. In the English Gentile world, it's called Deuteronomy, right? And Deuteronomy basically comes from the Koine Greek, deutero, right? Nomos, a copy of the law, or some translate it as a second law, but actually is a copy, right? Or repetition of the Torah, repetition of the directions, instructions, right? The Hebrew title, Devarim, for the book, it comes from the opening words, right, of the book. These are the words, Devarim, that Moshe spoke to call Yisrael, to all Israel, across the Jordan, the Yarden, in the Midbar, in the wilderness. So this is bringing out from the Hebrew of Deuteronomy 1 and 1. Now bring this up right here, right? So one ancient name for the book of Deuteronomy, as we mentioned before, is the Mishnah. So I want to zoom in on that right there, get that full screen right here. All right, so this right here. All right. So some will say, oh, this is not Hebrew. Some will say that's Yiddish. You know, I need to get that laugh track right there, you know. No, Mishnah is found actually in the Torah, right? Mishnah HaTorah, a repetition or sharpening of the instructions. So both from the Shana, it can mean to repeat or to second, to do again. Like, for example, Monday in the Hebrew is known as Yom HaSheni. Sheni comes from the Shana, right? Sheni means second, right? Shana in that sense. But also can mean to sharpen, right? As repetition is good, you know, like when you're learning something, repetition, right? You sharpen, if you're sharpening a sword, so the sword get well sharp, you go over and over, you repeat. That's the sense of the Shana and Mishnah HaTorah. I just wanted to highlight that right there. So one ancient name, right, for the book is the Mishnah HaTorah. And it's because of the Hebrew Mishnah HaTorah that's in the book of Deuteronomy that they even got the name for the book in the Koine Greek, in the synagogue Greek, for Deuteronomy. This is the very reason right here. Right? This means repetition of the Torah, as it has Mishnah HaTorah. This is similar to the Greek LXX, to the Septuagint name Deuteronomos, right? Which they say means the second law. But that's where it gets dubious. That's why people come up with these theories, these cockamamie theories. Oh, the book was written by somebody else or some other thing. But when you're reading and studying the Torah, you recognize the logical connection, right, of this fifth scroll or this fifth book of the Torah, right? The English name Deuteronomy, that we call it in the English Western Gentile world, is derived from Deuteronomos. The book of Deuteronomy is dominated, by one main theme in Deuteronomy. What's the one main theme? And this also proves the context, right, of its anciency. I know there's people that got all kind of academic theories and they all pat each other on the back, but then when you really look at it, right, you can find a lot of flaws in it. The book of Deuteronomy is dominated, this is a fact, right, by Moshe's farewell address, right? It said that here Moshe is very near to going forward, right, transitioning right here, Moshe. Right, he knows it. Yahweh told. He saw what happened to his brother Aharon, HaKohen, the priest, and well, it's dominated by his farewell address to the Bnei Yisrael. More detail, right? Adding more detail to it. Moshe's address to this new generation of Israel, right? That have kind of succeeded from their fathers, right? Their fathers before them were brought out, but because of lack of admittance, lack of credit, right? Lack of trust and truthfulness, right? Which is commonly translated as belief, right? But lack of credit, right? They were not credit worthy. They were too incredible, and Yahweh didn't bring them in. But Moshe plea bargained, and they got a year for a day, right? The 40 days, right? Right. So he now is speaking to the children, right? Can you imagine if you knew one's and one's parents, and then you saw the children when they're very small, and then you're with the parents, they all pass away. Now you're there to guide the children now that have grown up, right? And now you're about to go, right? So you are giving them direction, instruction, right? As well as testifying so that hopefully they do better, right, than their forefathers. Right? That's what the context. That's why it makes sense when you really study in the context of the 5 books and not like these other so-called theories, right? Philosophies, right? And like, listen, philosophy or theory can be maybe true, but these other theories are false, right? And just pointing out a couple of truths. So as he urges them to remain faithful, right? To remain credible, right? Remain credit worthy, right? Trustworthy, truthworthy to the Berit, to Ha-Berit, to the covenant. And he also prepares Moshe here in this 5th book. He prepares them for entering the Canaan, right? The Afro-Canaanite land, as we call it, or the Canaano, the Canaan, right? During the course of the book, Moshe, he reviews, no doubt he recalls, looking at the children, the sons grown up, right? Already seeing what they are doing, how they are already doing much better than their forefathers, and knowing he's not going to be around for much longer, right? He's giving them, the benefit of the experience and, his view, because he was there with them, their fathers coming out. So those who came out were not credible, right? Credit worthy to be brought in, but their children, right, were. Moshe, so he reviews the story, the narrative of the giving of HaTorah, right, at Har Sinai, at Mount Sinai, and also the trip and the experience through the wilderness, the trip towards the promised land. And he also reinforces and reiterates several Torot. We say Torot is direction, instruction, right? So the compendium, all of it can be considered to be direction, instruction, but there are specific direction, instruction. Like the direction, instruction concerning a woman after childbirth is different than the direction, instruction concerning a leper, is different than the direction, instruction concerning clean and unclean food, but all together, right, based on the source, it's the direction, instruction of Yahweh Eloheinu. So we both use the term Torah in the singular sense, referring to all, right? And also in the plural sense, Torot. And yes, this can be found in the Hebrew too. In fact, when it talks about Abraham, it says of Abraham that he kept Torotai. 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 What is Torotai? Torotai is like my Torahs, the various different direction instruction that Yahweh Eloheinu, the El Shaddai gave to Abinu Abraham. He kept them. And so we get to understand the root sense. And also specifically in the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, Aseret HaDebarim, they are also the 10 words, right? I keep mentioning that because it's a very important connection with this book, Deuteronomy, because of its Hebrew name, Devarim, the words. So he reiterates several direction instructions or Torot of Ha-Torah, right? And he introduces new Torah. This is why we have Robenu, our rabbi, the Rabbi Yeshua HaMoshiach, right? Saying, right, that Moshe, right, like from the beginning it wasn't so, but Moshe, right, because the hardness of the heart to the men of Israel, right, he gave direction instruction. That, of course, Yahweh permitted him to give, right? So when we look at the 5 books, right, we have to be able to have discernment. What things are direction instruction of Yahweh, right? What are the customs and predilections and traditions of the people, not just the Israelites, but even of the ancient peoples? Because a lot of that gets regulated too in HaTorah, like the blood avenger, right? He doesn't introduce the blood avenger here, right? In fact, you can go back to Noah. In Noah, it says, like if man shed the blood of man, like man murders a man, then by the hand of man or beast, right? His blood, right? Blood for blood, so to speak, right? But there's a regulation, right? Even with the refuge cities that we left off with in Numbers, at the end of Numbers. So the book here, the beginning of this new book, it seems to follow the general pattern of, many scholars say this, and there's some truth to it, of an ancient Near Eastern covenant treaty document. So in the what they call the Near Eastern, or what I call Afro-Arabia, right, on one level, right, or Afro-Asia, right, the Afro-Asiatic regions. Well, people remember that whatever ones want to call from Noah's time or by the descendancy, people are people, and there was no borders on the land, right? So they try to confine, all of the what they called black people. But according to Rabbi de Eliezer, right, the Pirkei de Rebbe Eliezer, right, it says that Shem was black as well, right? So you see how that goes right there, right? So in that region of the world, there were these ancient Near Eastern covenant treaty documents, and many archaeological finds have been made and compared, and academics have brought forth some interesting, some true, and some very speculative things, right? But as we study, right, the first Shabua this week, this 7 days reading right here, right, from the book of Exodus, the children of Israel are assembled, they say, from Exodus. Well, what's interesting, it kind of connects with Exodus, right? Because remember, the children had no idea of that previous experience before they were born. They were born in the wilderness. So once he's speaking to, right, the majority, the overwhelming majority were born in the wilderness. The only ones that were there from the previous generation is like himself, is like Caleb, right, and Yehoshua, right? But remember, Moshe is much older than, even Caleb and Yehoshua, right? So here we have the Bnei Yisrael. So get the picture, right? Like if you see a movie and they tell you okay, where this is taking place, right? So the sons of Israel are assembled on the plains of Moab, right? On the plains of Moab, right? Across the Yarden, right? From Jericho. Jericho is called Jericho. Jericho, the city of the moon. Yareach is moon, and Jericho means in the Hebrew something to the effect of his moon, right? Jericho, his moon. So here's where they are located. So they are assembled on the plains of Moab, right? And then across, right, the Jordan. So the Jordan's like forward in front of him. And then beyond the Jordan is Jericho, is Jericho. So we can kind of put it within context. So it's a brief commentary right here, like the stars of Shemaim. Remember that bracha, that blessing to Abraham, right, concerning his seed and his descendants will be as the stars, right, as the stars of the heaven. So when you read in the prophet's book, right, that the one that the world calls Lucifer or Hasatan, right, seeks to raise his throne above the stars of God, you get it now? You get it now? Right? Because people say, oh, well, he's going against God, like the one they call Lucifer or Satan, right? But then when you read, it says, well, see what it says? He want to raise his throne. Satan want to raise their throne above the stars. So the question here is, who are the stars of God? Or the stars of heaven, rather, right? The stars of heaven. To Abraham, that promise was given to his seed, right? They shall be as the stars of heaven. Even Daniel says, like how they will shine like the stars of heaven, right? So the thought here for the Shavua is this here. Just go into this opening part and hopefully get into a little more as we go through. The thought, the food for thought, right? The thought for the Shavua, for the 7. So the Torah is as like, for the Torah portion, it's like almost like a loaf of bread, right? Or like food, right? That you allocate, for the 7 days, so to speak. You know what I mean? But for overall, what's the thought, right? For this Shavua? To be a person of what some might call successful faith, or a person of credibility, right? Of trustworthiness. Because this is what faith actually means when we study the Hebrew and the Afro-Shemitic, right? It is important to develop an unwavering, now they say belief, but we say unwavering admittance. Also, that's found in the word concerning faith, the Aman sense, right? And Yahweh's faithfulness and his credit worthiness, to put credit in his credit worthiness, to put trust in his truth worthiness, to put faith in his faithfulness, right? To his yea, and his amen, amen. Now, the scripture called the Bible is full of what some people might say, these are extravagant promises. Wow. Well, when a father, right, for example, promises his son, right, a father promises his son. Remember how Robenu Yeshua, how he brought it out to, right, as well, concerning parents, even though they may be the people they are, but what they seek to do for their children, right? When a father promises his son, tonight I will bring home ice cream, right? So, any of y'all ever done that? Like you promise your child or children, I'm gonna bring home ice cream. Now the child or children, they anticipate ice cream. So notice what they are waiting for. We talk about waiting in the scripture, because words and ideas are very twisted in this lukewarm, age, this Laodicean age, right? So things get confused. But the anticipation of the child for the ice cream, right? Now notice how that works right there, right? The father, the parent, the father promises this, and the child say, oh no, you ain't gonna bring no ice cream. You can't do that. See, that's how the Israelites were, right? The ones who didn't make it in. That's exactly how they were, right? The father said, I'm gonna bring home ice cream. No, you can't. You can't bring home. Can you bring ice cream in the desert? Right? Not whether it would not melt, but that's a whole other thing. But the child knows what happens in the child. The child anticipates the ice cream, and the child does not doubt, right? Does not lose credit, right? Their credit rating does not go down. They don't have a low credit rating, right? No, they have a high credit. In fact, they even put more credit, right? They you know what I mean? They level up their credit, right? A person should strive to develop such a direct, on the ground, a basic, a simple, trusting credit and credibility and trust, truthworthiness, right? And admittance, right? Faith of a child, right? A child in the source, right? In the source, right? So right here, just for a quick commentary, right? This is the first part, the verse here. Yahweh your Elohim has multiplied you. And behold, look and see, right? You are this day like the stars of heaven in number. So notice what Moshe was doing. Moshe was kind of bringing around almost a full cipher what was written in his first book, right? What was written in the first book of Moshe, right? Concerning Abraham and that promise of Yahweh Eloheinu to Abraham and to his seed, right? To count the stars if you are able to, right? Well, that's how your seed is going to be, like the stars of the heaven. Now, notice what Moshe says here in Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 10. He said, Yahweh, your Elohim, your creator, your almighty power, in you has multiplied you, right? Yahweh Eloheinu, almighty power in you has multiplied you. And behold, look and see. Y'all, right? You are this day, right? Like the stars of Shemaim of the heavens, right? Notice what he says, in number, right? In number. Now you have to think, they was on like the desert or in the wilderness, open and clear skies. They probably saw some bunch of stars, a whole heap of stars, right? So now we're going to build on this one right here, a little bit more right here. But if you want to get more details on that, that's Genesis chapter 15, verse 5, concerning the stars. So when you're in the prophet's book and talks about, how the enemy will seek to raise his throne, right, his government, his system above, right, the stars of heaven, right? It's not just up in the sky, right? In fact, we have more effect of what goes on out there from where we stand right here. But that's a whole other reasoning. Right here, let's get to some of the Hebrew first words. First words right here, Shema Yisrael.
The fifth book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Deuteronomy, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the law, the Sefer HaDevarim. HaDevarim, some say properly pointed, HaDevarim, the Sefer HaDevarim. Shalom, Hebrew first words here as we begin the fifth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book of Deuteronomy, the Sefer Devarim, the book of HaDevarim, the words. Hebrew first words here in Chazak, to I and I, fellows, Chavruta, Chavrim, fellow Talmudim of the King of Kings Christ, for the fulfillment of that fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book of Numbers. Chazak, where need chazik, be strong, make I and I be encouraged here, beginning the fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book of Deuteronomy. We pick up here with Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 1. Hebrew first words here. Eileh HaDevarim. Eileh, these. HaDevarim, these are the words. These are the words, Chaverim. Eileh HaDevarim asher diber Moshe el kol Yisrael be'eber hayardein be'midbar ba'arba mol suf bein paran ubein tofel we laban wa chatzerot we di zahab. These are the words, Eileh HaDevarim, these are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel. Eileh HaDevarim asher diber Moshe el kol Yisrael. These are the words, Eileh HaDevarim, which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan, in the wilderness, in the Arabah, over against Suf, between Paran and Tofel, and Laban, and Hazarot, and Di Zahab. Hebrew first words here as we picked up with the fifth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book of Deuteronomy, the Mishnah Torah, repetition of the law. Hebrew first words, Eileh HaDevarim asher diber Moshe el kol Yisrael be'eber hayardein be'midbar ba'araba mol suf bein paran ubein tofel u'laban u'chazerot u'di zahab. These are the words, Eileh HaDevarim, Eileh HaDevarim, Eileh HaDevarim. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond Jordan, in the wilderness, in the Arabah, over against Suf, between Paran and Tofel, and Laban, and Hazarot, and Di Zahab.
Come be a part of. Where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship.
Yes. Without further ado, let's get right into this Devarim right here. First and second aliyot.
Devarim, the words, Sefer HaDevarim, called the Sefer HaDevarim and known as the Sefer Devarim. This Torah portion here for Shabbat. Shalom, Chabarim, Shabbat Shalom, Sinbet Salam, for this Shabbat Devarim, Sabbath the words, here. Beginning the fifth book of Moses. Fifth book of Moshe. The book that is called and known as Deuteronomy, the Sefer Devarim. The Sefer, the Devarim, the words, the Sefer HaDevarim, called the Sefer HaDevarim and known as the Sefer Devarim. This Torah portion here for Shabbat, Devarim. Sabbath, the words, here. Beginning the fifth book of Moses, the final book of HaTorah, the directions, the instructions. And here for this Shabbat Devarim, the 44th Rastafari sabbatical study, and here, for this Shabbat strong, Shema Yisrael, give ear, right here. B'Shem Ha'ab, Wa'Havein, Wa'Ruach HaKadosh, Yahweh Echad, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who He be, the One. Here, picking up and beginning with the first reading, the first Aliyah, the first reading, the Rishon Aliyah, offering up offering for this 44th Parsha, this sabbatical study, this Shabbat strong, fifth book of Moses, called Deuteronomy, chapter 1, the failure at Kadesh Barnea, and here, Shema Yisrael, give ear, Hebrew first words right here. Eile ha-devarim asher diver Moshe illa kol Yisrael de'ibera hayarden ba-midbar ba-iraba mol suf ben paran uben tofel u'lavan wa-hatzerota u'bi-zahab. These be the words. Eile ha-devarim. These ha-devarim. These be the Devarim. Eile ha-Devarim. Asher diber Moshe il kol Yisrael, which Moshe, spake to all Yisrael. Eile ha-Devarim. Asher diber Moshe il kol Yisrael de'ibera hayarden ba-midbar. These be the words, ha-Devarim. These be Devarim, the words which Moses spake to all Yisrael. On this side, Yarden, on this side, Jordan, Bamidbar, in the Midbar, in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea. Ba'iraba Mol Suf, between Paran and Tofel. Ben Paran u Ben Tofel, and Laban, and Hazarot, and Di Zahab. Will Laban wa Hatzerot with Di Zahab. There are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Har Seir, Mount Seir, to Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, the 11th moon, on the first day of the moon of the month, that Moses spake to the Bnei Yisrael, to the sons, the children of Yisrael, according to all that the Yahweh had given him in commandment to them. After he had slain Sihon, the king of the Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, which dwelt at Astaroth in Edrei, on this side Yarden, this side Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, this Torah, direction, instruction, Lemor. Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, our Ayanai Elohim, spake to us, to Ayanai in Horeb, saying, Ye, y'all, have dwelt long enough in this mount. Turn you and take your journey and go to the mount of the Amorites, and to all the places nigh, near thereto, in the plain, in the hills, and in the vale, the valley, and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and to Lebanon, to the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers, your patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give to them and to their seed, their race after them. And I spake to you at that time, at that hour, Lamor, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. He who be, your Elohim, true good, true God, hath multiplied you. And nay, behold, ye y'all are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Yahweh Elohim of your fathers, patriarchs, make you 1,000 times so many more as y'all are. And bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you, as he hath promised you, promised you, promised you, promised you, promised you, promised you, promised you. And hear, Shema, give ear right here for the Sheni Aliyah, the second Aliyah for this Shabbat Devarim, Sabbath, the words here, picking up with 5th book of Moses, called Deuteronomy chapter 1 at verse 12, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second up offering, the second reading for this Shabbat Devarim, Sabbath, the words. Eka esa le'abadia tarchikem u'amasa'ikem wiribikem. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden and your strife? Eka. Eka esa lebadi tarchikem u'amasa'ikem wiribikem. Take you wise men and understanding and known among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And ye all answered me and said, the thing which thou hast spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men and known, and made them heads, Roche, Rases over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over 50s, and captains over 10s, and officers among your tribes. And I charge your judges at that time, at that hour, Lamor, saying, hear the causes between your brethren, and judge righteously between every man and his brother, and the stranger that is with him. Ye all shall not respect persons in judgment, but ye all shall hear the small as well as the great. Ye y'all shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is Elohim, is the true good, the true God, and the cause that is too hard for you, bring it to me, bring it to I, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time, at that hour, all the things which ye y'all should do. And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible Midbar, great and terrible wilderness, which y'all saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorites, as Yahweh Eloheinu, as he who be Jehovah, I and I Elohim commanded I and I. And I came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said to you, y'all are come to the mountain of the Amorites, which Yahweh Eloheinu, which Jehovah, I and I Elohim, doth give to us. Nay, behold, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, have set the land before thee. I go up and possess it as Yahweh, as he who be, we be Jehovah, the Elohim of thy fathers, of thy patriarchs, hath said to thee, I, fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not. Neither be discouraged.
Yes. Farewell instruction of Moshe. Here, let's pick up right here. Moshe Rabbeinu. So here for the day coming forward, Devarim, the third Aliyah, the Shalishi.
I'll give ear right here. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Devarim. Sabbath, the words. Here. Give ear, picking up with the fifth book of Moses called Deuteronomy. Here. Shema'ah Yisrael. Give ear right here. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Devarim. Sabbath, the words. Here. Give ear, picking up with the fifth book of Moses called Deuteronomy here in chapter 1, here at verse 22 for the Shalishi, for the third reading, the third Aliyah, the third up offering here for this Shabbat Devarim. Watikarabuna helai كلكم وتمروا نشلها نشيما لفنينو وحيبرو لانو اتهارت وياشبو أوتانو دوار اتا هادرك عشر نائل بها وإيتا عريم عشر نبو إليهن. Here for the Shalishi, for the third Aliyah, for this Shabbat Devarim, here Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 22. And ye y'all came near to I, every one of you. وَيَتِقْرَبُونَ إِلَيَّ and said, we will send men before us, before I, and they shall search us out the land, and bring I word again, by what way we, I must go up, and into what cities we, I shall come. And the saying pleased me well. And I took 12 men of you, one of a tribe. And they turned and went up into the mountain and came to the valley of Eshcol and searched it out. And they took the fruits of the land in their hands and brought it down to us, to I, and brought us, I, word again, and said, Wayomru, Toba, Ethiopia, Toba, Haaretz, Asher Yahweh Eloheinu noten lanu. It is a good Toba Haaretz, good land, which Yahweh Jehovah Eloheinu, I Elohim doth give us, I. Notwithstanding, ye y'all would not go up. Ye y'all would not Aliyah go up, but rebelled against the commandments of Yahweh Jehovah Elohim, the eyes Elohim. And ye y'all murmured in your tents and said, because Yahweh Jehovah hated us, hated I, he hath brought us I forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us. Whither? Where shall we go up? Where shall I, Aliyah, go up? Our brethren have discouraged our hearts, saying, the people is greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakims there. Then I said to you, dread not, neither be afraid of them. Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah, the I Elohim, who goeth before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Mitzrayim, in Kemet, in Egypt, before your eyes, and in the wilderness, Bamidbar, where thou hast seen how that Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, bear thee the eye, as a man doth bear his son, Yisa Isha Etta Beno, in all the way that ye y'all went until ye y'all came into this place. Yet in this thing, ye y'all did not believe, Yahweh Elohim, ye did not believe, Jehovah, the I, Yah Elohim, who went in the way before you to search you out a place to pitch your tents in fire by night, to shew you by what way ye y'all should go, and in a cloud by day. And Yahweh Jehovah heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and swear, Lamor, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land which I swear to give to your fathers, to your patriarchs, save Caleb, except for Caleb, the son of Yefuneh. He shall see it. And to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children, because he hath wholly, holistically, completely followed Yahweh Jehovah. Also, Jehovah, Yahweh, was angry with me for your sakes, Lamor, saying, thou also shalt not go in thither, theya, but Yahoshua, the son of Nun, who standeth before thee, he shall go in thither, theya. Encourage him, for he shall cause Yisrael to inherit.
Encourage, Yehoshua, Chazak. ويتخزق وهي شاء.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land.
Encouragement. Chazak, ونتخزق.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land.
Yes. Full right here. Second day moving into third day right here. Wow, there's a lot going on. Interesting, Moshe here, as he speaks to this new generation, it's interesting. Have you noticed? He's speaking to them, those what their fathers had done, and speaking with their fathers, their fathers already had passed away, but it's speaking to them. You know what I mean? And then the distinguishment really comes out clear, because one might think, wait, who's he speaking to? Well, they're the children. They didn't really do those things, right? And then as we get to Moshe even admits a few things here that if you just read the earlier narrative, you could come to somewhat of a faulty conclusion, right? If you don't put it fully into context, where he said right here, and how Yahweh, right, had heard, right, the voice of your words, your what? Your debarim, right? Your debarim, right? And was wroth, right? And swear, or sevented himself. This is what we have when we look at Psalm 95. We pointed out earlier at the end of the fourth book, Bamidbar, Numbers. You see the end part right there of Psalm 95, verses 7 to 11, right? Where he says he swore that they would not enter into his rest. You know what I mean? This is the connection right there, saying, as we have in verse 35, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation. So that was actually the generation of their fathers, but it's interesting in the address, he addressed them, right? Because they are the Bnei Yisrael, right? But speaking about what their fathers has done, and then we come to these verses, and then it's the distinguishment that, okay, this generation, that was that generation, which I swear to give to your fathers, right? Both what was said to the previous, their parents, right? And then also speaking of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, save except for Caleb. So here we have Caleb, right, being called out here at the end of the Torah reading for the fourth book, we have Yehoshua being called out, right? And also even here, but Caleb and Joshua, right, are in the same age range as the majority of the parents would have been, right, of that generation. So the new generation. Let's look at some key things right here, right? But it says, because he has wholly, right, he has fulfilled to go after, right? He went after Yahweh's ways. But then he admits something here, which is the key thing that Moshe admits, because this is the whole reason that he doesn't go in to the land, because of what he's saying right here. Also, Yahweh was angry, but notice how he says it. He said, was angry with me for your sakes, and it was because of you. Remember, I keep emphasizing to the Torah reading and feeding how, like Moshe, how he plea bargains, they want to stone them and do, just wilding out, right, in the wilderness. And how Moshe, right, when Yahweh gives, like he's about to give like a judgment, he steps up and he plea bargains for mercy, right? And so it's kind of interesting because in a few of the cases where Yahweh, right, was entreated by Moshe's, you could say, plea bargaining, right, that he says, yes, I will forgive them according to, like the tenor of your words, what you're saying, because as we mentioned, Moshe, he recalled the attributes, the midot of Yahweh, right? In the incident, I think it's in Exodus chapter 34, right, where he says, cause me to know you, right? Show me thyself, cause me to know you. And he said, well, like none can see his face but my backward parts. And then when he passed by, he declared those 13, right? Those 13 attributes of Yahweh, of he who be, who he be, who he be. And Moshe, he selectively chose the mercy side of the attributes, right? And when you understand that, you then recognize that's why Yahweh responded in that way, like according to the words, like how you use those words. Like I saw what you did in Moshe there, right? But now here, Moshe says, also Yahweh was angry with me for your sakes. Now here he is like speaking of the parents, right, of this new generation, but yet they are of their parents, so that kind of connection, right? Now in this sense, it's an interesting, you are, right, potentially, not absolutely, but potentially what your father is, right? Not absolutely, but potentially, right? So he's trying to warn them, like, listen, this is what your parents did, right? And these are the consequences, right? So here's what you need to do, right? And then he says, and also Yahweh was angry with me for your sake, saying, thou also shall not go in hither. You're not going to be able to go in hither, right? So he knew as he's preparing them, right, that he's going to pass and they're going to go forward, right? But here it says, Yehoshua, right, the Ben Nun, right, who standeth before thee, right? He shall go in hither. So he's recalling what Yahweh said. You're not going to go in, but you see Yehoshua here, who's standing before you. He shall go hither, right, and thither, right? Encourage him, right? Encourage him. Chazak, chazak. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Let's see right here what we have with the King James words. Just a little curious about this here. There we go. Chazak. There we have the chazak. So when we say that the be strong, make we encourage one another. Chazak, chazak, v'nit chazek, right? Here's the chazak sense. It means to strengthen, right? To strengthen. Also in the sense of to encourage, chazak, right? So encourage him, for he shall cause, right? Already it's like a word of prophecy here, and it's true that Yehoshua did cause the Bnei Yisrael, right, the sons of Israel, to inherit, right, to Nahal, to get the promised land as a possession, right? Now this is a very interesting chapter, not to go through it all here, but there was a few things that we wanted just to point your attention to, right? Even over here in this verse, let's break it down to light, right? In the wilderness where thou hast seen that Yahweh Eloheka. So here when he speaks to Yisrael, based on how he says thy God, Eloheka, right? To say like your male God. So he's speaking to all of Israel. So to the generation. So All are Israel, even those who went before are Israel. So that's why he talks to this new generation, even though it's what their parents did, he's still directing to them as Yisrael. So here we says that Yahweh Loheka, right? In other words, speaking to Israel as though all of the Israelites are like one man, right? Bear thee. And the thee is not like y'all, but it's like you, one man, right? As a man doth bear his son, as a man that will carry his son, right? In that sense, in all the way that y'all went, in all the way, the truth, the life, the way that y'all went until y'all came, right, into this place, right? And now it's interesting right here because he even goes into the spies, right? And also here, the point about how he was wroth with them because of their words. Remember this book here? Is called words. So we see some, like if we're looking at it from the Hebrew, automatically these things would like just link up, right? Just connect, be like right in our face, obvious, right? Now when he talk them murmuring in their tent, he's talking about really, oh wow, I just knocked it off right there. Got a chord that sometimes, you know how these chords are, right? Some of these chords can be a little loose. Let's see if, right, let me see if I can bring this up, bring this on again right here, right? So we can just touch on some of the basics here, right? So once we get the context, hold on for a moment, what's going on? Okay, this right here, this right here. Hold on. Okay, all right. Are you still hearing? Are you still hearing? Okay. Give me one more minute. Okay. See if we can bring this up. Right. Yeah, yeah. Try to bring this up. This right here. This normal. There we go. On now. Okay, yeah, we got contact. All right, so here, let's bring this out. And there we go. All right, there we go. Yeah. All right, so here. Okay, yeah, so just a couple of these highlight points, like, so notice how he's speaking to them, right? But they're the children. But then he also speaks to all of them, right, as one man. So this kind of connects like we said about you are potentially what your fathers are. Like in the tense of the blessings that were promised to the patriarchs, y'all can get this. But in the potential of going astray, take example from their going astray and don't rebel, right? So here is an interesting narrative here. We can see in the opening right here, he is going over, the tribe, right? The tribe right here. Now, this was interesting. This is the verse we want to bring back right here, where it says, y'all, when the judges, so also when they appointed judges, remember coming up, we have Psalm like 82, right? Psalm 82, which comes up the evening psalm, like evening and morning. So the eve come before the day coming in. So even right now, it's a good time for the evening psalm or the eve of the day, for the day to come forward. The evening psalm is 82. And, many people, they have these theories, ideas about what it means by the gods. But this is in direct connection. This is the key verse in understanding that the ones who are called collectively the gods in Israel from other places in the scripture are these judges. That's why he says, and I charge your judges. Remember the advice that his Midianite and Ethiopian related father-in-law Jethro had given him when he was adjudicating these cases and had like all of Israel. Can you imagine? Right? I mean, that's almost impossible. I mean, but Moshe really, he labored at it. Right? He labored at it, and then his father-in-law gave him good advice. So here's where he charged the judges at that time, saying, so this was the charge to the judge of Israel, right? Those men that were appointed, right, and given basic instruction in Torah, right, to basically keep the peace, right, to keep the peace. In a sense, it's like the system that we have of judges and like police officers and judges, in a sense, in the Torah context. This is connected with this in judges. And then when the judges had to be arraigned, when the judges were not doing their jobs properly, is where we get like Psalm 82, just to put that in a better connection. So here says, I charge your judges at that time, saying, here, right, between your brethren, and judge righteously between man and his brother and his fellow like Israelite and the stranger, the one who's not an Israelite that's with him. Right? Then it says this here in verse 17. It says, y'all shall not respect persons in judgment. Y'all shall hear the small as well as the great. Y'all shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is Elohim's. All right, so this is also another key principle connection with the judges. Right, the judges are the agents of Elohim, right, and therefore, right, they are worthy of his title. Right, his title, not the name Yahweh, yes, but the title is Elohim, because Elohim in the Hebrew faith, right, also signifies creator as well as judge. Right, that's why it says for the judgment is Elohim. We can go through the Hebrew, but giving you just a quick kind of overview, right? And the cause that is too hard for you. So some judges catch a case, right, that is kind of difficult for them to, bring forth a righteous or clear judgment, right? They were to bring it to Moshe, right? And I will hear it. In other words, therefore after Moshe, right, bringing it, we see it in Joshua, right? In Joshua, where they, right? Hold on for a moment. Yeah. All right. Apology right there. Apology. Just had to add myself once again. Yeah. So we see that in the case of Achan in the book of Joshua, where they were not to take anything from the first engagement. Everything was haram. Everything was haram. And it was devoted, right? It was like a gift to the Lord, right? Yahweh Eloheinu. Now, well, really for the priest use, but that was in the context of the gift to Yahweh. And there was Achan, right? A-K-A-N. How to spell that? A-K-A-C-H-A-N, A-K-A-N, right? But Achan in the book of Joshua sound like Achan, right? And he had stolen like this bar of gold and a lot of other valuables, and he had hid it on his tent. And that not only got him a judgment, right, but his whole family, right? Because it's deemed that so that tells us something about the Lord too. So even if our family do something that's off, we should not cover for them, right? On that, we can plead for them, but we shouldn't try to cover, right, on that sense for them, right? But we get that case there, just the connection of the judges and the Elohim. It's all found right here in these verses here, right? So we'll go into more of it if Yah permits, when we get into Psalm, 82, right? But here's the part we want to bring out, the note. The note down here says, you see what it says, respect, right? What does it say for respect? In the Hebrew context, is to acknowledge faces. It's like to say facial recognition, right? Acknowledge faces. Like, like sometimes we say, oh, I know him right there. But he's the very one that we have to adjudicate this case. Well, yeah, he's good people and stuff like that. That's the sense of having respect for a person. The judges were not to do that. So Psalm 82 brings out that many judges probably did that and much worse, right? But here when it says respect, right? So this is like a kind of, it's a false translation from a Hebrew perspective, because instead of y'all should not respect persons in judgment, okay, that's good in English, if that's what you're doing. But from a Hebrew perspective, that y'all shall not acknowledge faces, right? Acknowledge faces. Let me bring this out right here, right? Acknowledge faces. So the word for respect is nakar. Nakar means to recognize. Nakar, right? Nakar. Y'all should not recognize, acknowledge, right? Discern. Like in the case I gave you, like somebody says, oh, I know him. He's good. He's a, blah, blah, blah. But wait, we haven't even investigated this case, right? So it's in the sense of to recognition, right? I'm acquainted with. I know him. I know, him right there. Yeah, him. Because you see their face and you be like, yeah, I've seen him before. I know him, right? So there we have Nakar, and then we have Panim, right? Nakar, Panim. These are the root words. That's not how exactly they're found in the script, but it's like the root words when you're studying language and linguistic science. The root words are in this form, right? So here we have face, right? Literally, it's faces because the face has two sides, right? So it's almost like one, but it has two parts. It's a plural sense. So here where it says lo takiru, lo takiru, takiru from nakar, lo takiru. Y'all shall not recognize fanim, fanim, faces. Lo takiru fanim, right? Y'all should not recognize faces by mishpat. You see right there, by mishpat. So mishpat is in judgment. So if the judges were to judge people that they recognized and knew, right, they were to eliminate that from their consideration. And therefore, if they were not able to, they should stand down, right? Have other judges step in because they're too partial, right? It's just like in court where a judge recuse themselves. That's what they call it. They call it recuse, right? Recuse themselves, right? So this is where we get these principles that come into Western Gentile, like among the Anglo-Americans, right? And some of the Anglo-Europeans, but much more of it came in amongst the Anglo-Americans, like from England to America, of these things that they call in law common law, right? And we can see these principles, right? These principles right here, where it says lo takiru, right? Lo takiru fanim ba mishpat, right? Kagaton, sika kagaton, ka gadol, right? Right? Tusha ma'un, right? You shall hear like katon, like the katon, like the small, the one who's insignificant, somebody of low, basic standing in society, as well as ka gadol, as well as the gadol, right? Ka katon, ka gadol, right? Tishmaun, y'all shall hear, like give a hearing to, right? So when you listen to the small, don't say, oh you a big man, or yo enough respect, such and such. That's not how it goes. There's a strictly fire burn for that right here. So right here, just to bring out that sentence from here, the Hebrew. So the note right here kind of reminded me, because we touched on it before. I don't know if one's picked up when we broke down, the explanation, but here it brings it out kind of easy peasy here. So the respect that we have in the verse, the Hebrew phrase, right? Takiru panim, right? It says lo takiru panim, you should not recognize faces, right? Bamishpat. Notice it didn't say that a judge, like he's off duty, he don't know different people. Of course, you know who you know, right? But in judgment, it has to be a different POV, a different perspective of view, a different point of view, a different perception of view, right? And therefore, it's like, you don't know them. And if a judge, right, could not be, for whatever reason, impartial, that judge should recuse himself. So just touching on some of the basics, there's of course there's more here, right? But being that we mentioned, what was it? Okay, yeah, we don't have that up here right now, but we definitely need to kind of bring that one in. Let me see if I can do this right here, brothers and sisters and brothers. Let's see.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, and at times to God himself.
So even with the king, right, there are times, right, where the king, right, because is as God in judgment, or in, in rendering. That's why, Yahweh was so harsh, right, to the Bnei Yisrael. You see what I'm saying? Because what's the principle, right? The principle is to whom more is given, right, much more, more is required, right? More is required. It's all about that standing ground, yeah?
Selassie is a Lord now. True courage in the standing ground is how you live it in the standing ground. Fox with canary feather upon them mouth. Some things we consider and sit out. Should have not go in there. What can I have seen there? Many ones have been there. Run go assume and get them feelings bound to cinder. When a decision need true courage in the planting round. True courage in the standard of the ground. If you push your principle to reach stand down. And push your principle out of bounds. And push your reason out of bounds. Keep cool, yeah. Meditate and counsel in the how to calm down. From it reach drastic and done moving around. Work and diplomatic when things fall out. See that see is the mission in a song. Yeah, true courage in the standing ground. See it, me say, don't go make the principle tamper my sound. Ignorance what you they keep my heart hold down. See that see I is suffering in an eminence. Now see the situation what they shook in the bounds. Tell them, try tell the Rasta men smoke them come down. Isis to the Lord it on a garden sound. Last I be in work with locks and bolt. Well tell them rock cause it's the Rasta man report. The 4th of July, the other man was a 4th. 45 the spirit party, deep bring report. And the Baba in Africa for the jewels of source. Selassie is the right player of course. True courage in the standing ground. True courage in the bearing ground. True courage in the planting ground. Then should this requirement be known and known. Know it in the marrow of the bone. Build a firm one. Don't set the spirit like revolving door. In the songs of Solomon the story is told. If she is a wild, then the palace is for sure. Check for yourself and no more. Yeah, see it, the fascists with the losers are sworn. Don't let the principle down by my son. Ignorance not you, they keep our heart hold down. See that see how you suffering in our eminence houses. This is your move and shook it on the bones. Oh bless I praise Rastafari. Oh bless I sing Rastafari. I saw it from the medigas and see later picture in everything I hustle now for survival. Yeah, in this time, see let's see how the judge could never be spirit confined. See a man result when the blind lead the blind. Courage to be firm and to whole lifetime. If Jah willing and if Jah provide. For strength of a life, eat to management of heart all the time, same time. Oh. True courage in your planting ground. True courage in your standing ground. True courage in the standing ground. Selassie I be praising word and song.
Discipleship. Radio.
Yeah. So here to that point. Once again, a very important verse. Take this down, especially in the law studies, right? Torah-wise, right here, right here. Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 17, right? For the judgment is Elohim. I have said you are Elohim. Psalm 82, corrupt judges arraigned.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב מזמור לאסף
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט
My dreadlocks, girl. Can't you see I'm in love with you?
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב מזמור לאסף
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, inherit all nations, inherit all nations, inherit all nations, inherit all nations.
Come be a part of. Come be a part of.
Jay, line of juice society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחד השרים תפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Discipleship. Arrangement.
Yes, 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 yes. Evening psalm. Evening psalm for the third day. Have a good evening, good night, and a good break of day. You know, Erev Tov, Laila Tov, and a Boker Tov. Yes, yes, yes. So the day coming forward. So yeah, that's the connection there. Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 17, Chavarine. Hopefully get to go into a little bit more, like defend the poor and fatherless. You see the context? Do justice to the afflicted and needy, deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. The whole context right there, corrupt judges, speaking of the judges of Israel, so the ones there, Ani Amarti, right? I have said, Elohim Atem, right? You know, I've said that all of you are Elohim, right? Speaking to the judges, those judges that were appointed, and the judgment that they will surrender, right? Even as it says in verse 17 of Deuteronomy chapter 1, right? With no respect of persons. So even the word persons there, come a false translation, it's actually faces, right? Will not recognize faces or acknowledge faces, right? You know, like to show partiality, right? Now, here's how we're going to dove it right here, right? Both here in this Deuteronomy, kind of interesting here in the season, we have this psalm, the daily psalm with Psalm 75, Mizmor Ein Hey, right? And we touched on it in the world of Hark. And now here, you know, as we come into a kind of a seal up right here, you know, just here's how we're going to dove it right here. So we had, what was it? Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 17, right? Concerning verse 16, the judges that were appointed. We have the evening psalm here, you know, by the time we get through Monday, the evening right there, Deya. So Psalm 82, appropriate for the day to come, according to Yahweh Elohim's his time, according to true time telling, right? Because the world, flesh, satanic, seclorum, seek to change laws and time. So things get confused. And what's the meaning of Babylon? It means confusion. So come out of her, right, my people. So right here, here's how we're going to dove it right here. So Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 17, verse 16, but the main verse there, 17, right, with the judges, right, and their role and responsibility. Psalm 82, right, the judges are arraigned, right, because of their partiality, and they're not fulfilling, right, the namesake, the title sake will, not fulfilling Elohim's will. So here, it brings us to Psalm 75. So here we have Psalm 75, right? Let's seal up with Psalm 75 here. I'm going to point out a couple of key verses because I listen, and then just in the whole reasoning with the Barim, it's like, Chan. I mean, look at the connection right there concerning judgment, right? And also concerning Psalm 75, today's daily psalm. So Psalm 75, right? So from 82, right? Let's see if we can bring up Psalm 75 for the outro, right there, right? So Psalm 75, right? Perek Ein Hey, right? Perek Ein Hey, La Menatz Eyach. Al Tashchet, right there, the Hebrew that was on the screen. So that brings up these first verses here, right? But on the judgment theme. So we're just going to zoom in to some key themes right here. Al Tashchet, destroy not, do not destroy. Al Tashchet, right, in the Hebrew, right? And here we have the second verse. Notice the second verse here. When I shall receive, right, the congregation, I will judge uprightly. Do we still have the Roland Harg here? Yeah, here we go right here, the second verse, right? This verse right here, right? Second verse. Gizewin, right? In them hard, Gizewin sikebel, Gizewin sikebel, and they begin the fardal, right? Gizewin sikebel, and they begin the fardal, right? When I Kabbalah, Sikebel, when I Kabal, the Hebrew Kabal, them hard, the Kabel, when I receive, right? Sikebel, Gizewin, Sikebel, when I receive the time, right? The Gize, like the time, right? Gize is time in the sense, like not the time, the hour, but like the occasion, like the time, like I'm so happy we had this time, together, in that sense, Gizeh, right? Memin Gizeh, at what time, right? In the sense. But Gizeh when Sikebel, right? So here's what's interesting. The KJV says congregation, right? The Amharic here says Gizeh when Sikebel, right? The second part of the verse says Ine, in and they begin like in straightforwardness kenna, right, to be straightforward, right, to be straightforward, um implying correctness but straightforwardness or rightly, right. Begin iferdalo iferdalehu iferdalo, right. And they begin iferdalo, I will judge begin like internet and integrity internet, like rightly, right. So when I receive the time or his time, gize wina sikabala ine begin ferdala. Now that now brings us over here, right, to the Hebrew, right? Just a couple of verses here. There's a couple of verses here where it speaks about judge and judgment. I think it just makes a very interesting kind of connection here with both beginning this fifth book of Moshe, Deuteronomy 1 and 17, right? Concerning the advice to the judges, right? And here in today's daily psalm, Mizmor Ein Hey, right? Psalm 75. And here, let's bring it up right here. So now here is the Hebrew, right? Here's the Hebrew right here, right? The Hebrew, right? Well, the English says, when I receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. That's the English, right? Right. So here it says, with okay, ki ekach moed, right? To bring out the Hebrew here, let's hit quickly the compare verses right here. We could go on to the Tanakh. Ki ekach moed ani meisharim eshpot. I, myself, ani meisharim. Meisharim. What is meishar? Meishar is like evenness. Meishar. It comes from the root yashar, to be straight, to be level. Meishar, meisharim. Right? Ani meisharim eshpot. Right? I will judge meisharim. I will judge in evenness, right? Evenness, right? Uprightness, straightness, equity, the sense of equity. Bamarinya says ine bikin. The kin there can bring out the Hebrew sense of the meshar, right? Rightly, with equity, rightly, with evenness, right? In the figurative sense, that which right judgment leads to prosperity, concord, also straightness. Like we say, how you doing? You straight? You straight? You know, like in that sense, rectitude, right? And so, now it says only in the plural sense, rectitude, rightly, rectitude. So it's not meshar, as the root word is meshar, but it's mesharim, right? Ani mesharim, eshpot. Eshpot come from shafat. Shafat, he judged, he governed, he vindicated, he punished. Shafat. Here we have eshpot. 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 I will judge. Eshpot. Right? So the full of the verse is key when, right? When, right? Ekach, I will lakach. Lakach here means to get, to fetch, to receive, right? To get, to acquire. To buy in a context, like you buy something, then you kind of take that, you bring it. It's, that's it's yours. Also in the sense of ekach here, when it could be used in marry or take a wife, but also if they recognize with the anointing of a king or even the installation of a judge, right? You are wedded. Like for the judges, they were wedded to Torah. Like a Torah in the Hebrew is like it's feminine, right? His direction. So he who he be, Yahweh, he be the he, right? And the Torah, right, be the she. His direction, instruction. My son, hear the instruction of thy father. Forsake not the law or the Torah, the direction, right, of thy mother. So here, right? So here it says kiekach, right? Moed. So here we have the word moed. Moed is the singular for like the appointments, the feasts, the festivals are called moedim, 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 moadam, moedim. So the moedim, right? The moedim is like the appointed time, the appointed place, the appointments. But here it's used in a singular sense. Also, in one place in the scripture, in the Old Testament translation, it says, you see where it says congregation? It says about the synagogue, right, in the Old Testament. And the word, underlying Hebrew word is the moed, right? Moed, in that sense of congregation, like the gathering. So it's kiek ach moed. When I take, to say like receive, right? When I take the appointed time. Kiek ach moed. Kiek ach moed. When I take the appointed time, ani, I, myself, and none other. Here we have the ani. The ani, right, is the first person singular, right? And usually when you find ani in a verse, like it could have said Mesharim Eshpot, because Eshpot means I will judge. Mesharim, evenness, levelness, right? Equity in that sense. I will judge. I will judge in the sense with equity, right? But now with the ani there, right? And the ani here is emphatic, right? It's like I myself. It brings out a translative sense of I myself and none other, right? Ani mesharim eshpot. Ani mesharim eshpot, right? Kiek ach moed ani mesharim eshpot. So this verse here, this is an interesting verse, and I point this out right here. When I select the appointed time, right? What is the moed? Moed, like it says, like Yahweh, the Almighty has an appointed time. People say, well, how come the Almighty ain't doing nothing about this and that? Well, where's the judges, right? Are there no righteous, right-thinking men and people, right? You know what I mean? You know, that can do justice in the earth, right? The heaven of heavens are Yahweh Eloheinu's, but the earth he has given to the children of men, right? So basically it's on we and what we're going to do, right? But right here, the speaker here, right? Notice the speaker here in the translation or interpretation, right? The direct sense is that Elohim, God, is the speaker, right? He is the speaker, and he announces his will in this verse here. Ki ekach moed ani mesharim eshpot, right? When I choose the appointed time, I will judge blamelessly. Here they bring out the Mesharim from Yashar as blamelessly, right? I will judge straight. I will judge like in a straight way, in straightness, right? In straightness, right? Then everybody and everything's going to be straight, right? Ki ekach moed ani mesharim eshpot, right? So what is it saying right here? It's saying to put a stop to the boastful activities of the merciless, the malicious and merciless strong, who would dominate and who dominate the weak. The slow hand traverses the dial in time, and at the last hour it strikes, and the crash, it comes punctually at the moment, just as it did back in almost 100 years ago. Beware, right? We say of 2029, 2030, right? They talk about 2030, but we say be aware of 2029. What happened 100 years earlier? The crash of the dark day, right? The crash of the stock market, the Great Depression, right? World hasn't seen something like that just yet, right? But the crash, it comes punctually at the moment. At which moment? The moment that he who he be said, Ki ekach moed, ani mesharim eshpot, right? I myself, ani, right? Ani. So the introduction of the personal pronoun ani, right? Here, as we point into I, first person, the I, ani, right? It stresses the subject of the verb, I. Whatever men may do, ani. Whatever men may say, ani mesharim eshpot. I myself, right? Whatever men may do, whatever they may say, what they may think, mesharim, with equity, right? With mesharim, with straightness, meshar, with evenness, with uprightness, right? Yashar, mesharim, right? Justice triumphs when Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, discharges his office as judge, right, of the universe, as a universal judge. But also when his sons, right, and his children, right, do, right, the way, truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ. So right there, that's one verse right there on judgment right there. Just wanted to bring this part out. Right. So here, as we go over here, we have when I receive the congregation, I will judge. Ani mesharim, right? Eshpot, and then it speaks to the fools. They lift up their horn. Notice how they have the horn, hook 'em high sign, and the horns and all this horn, right? Everybody's horny and all this stuff, No diddy, right? It says right here for promotion, right? Neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south, right? But the word south is not there in the Hebrew. That word there is midbar. In the Hebrew, that word there is midbar in verse 6. Right? Now remember, midbar was our previous book. How interesting is that? Right? And now we're into the Debarim. Right? So the midbar, let's bring this out like this right here, just so you can see that key word. So the word south is the midbar. Right? Exactly what we said. Midbar, pasture, uninhabited land, the midbar. So promotion, right? Neither from the east nor the west nor the wilderness, right? The wilderness, right? Right? It says, but now here's the second place, but Elohim, right? Elohim, right? Right? And the Elohe ha Elohim. Remember, Yahweh's title is the God of gods. So he's the Elohim of the Elohim. So people say, well, there's only, right, one Elohim, right? We know that Yahweh Eloheinu, he is Yahweh Echad, right? But still, his title still is Elohe Ha Elohim. So, you have to think about what people be saying. It might be religious, but it might not be right, right? Right? But not, and therefore it's not really just. Right here it says that Elohim is the judge. He putteth down one, and he setteth up another, right? As a judge would do, right? Like a scales, like if you're weighing scales, when something's being weighed, one pan goes up and the other pan goes down. Ki Elohim shofet, right? So ki, because the but is not there. It's ki, like because, right? Because ki Elohim, because Elohim shofet, right? Shofet, right? So here we know it's speaking about the Elohe, the God of the gods, and not of the gods, right? How do we know that? Because in the verse it's Ki Elohim Shofet. It's not Ki Elohim Shoftim. See, if it's Ki Elohim Shoftim, it will be because the gods are the judges. But here it's saying that Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, he is the judge of judges. Therefore, it behooves the judges to judge in his way, truth and life, right? Zeh Yashpil. Zeh, this one, right? Yashpil. Shafel. Shapel. Right? This one, Chappelle, Dave Chappelle. Okay. This one becomes low, sinks, is humble, is a bass. Right? This is the sense, like brought low, sink, depress, or in a figurative sense, humiliate. Right? So here in the verse is Zeh, Yashpil. This Zeh, this one, Yashpil. He brings down, right? And it says with Zeh and this Yarim. And this one he Yarim. Yarim coming from room, the root word here, to like rise up. Yarim. This one he raises up, right? The other one he puts down, right? And so here, right? This psalm right here, beautiful psalm. So those two verses, I just wanted to kind of highlight. Verse 2 and like verse 7, KJV, the connection with Yahweh being the Elohim, right? The judge, right? Of the judges or the God of gods. And that the gods in the Hebrew context that Yahweh is the gods of truly, right, are his sons, right? The judges of Israel, right? So that's why it says that, the thrones of David, 12 thrones, and you'll be on thrones judging the Bnei Yisrael. You can see the connection all over the place in Yah's grace. But here, this is seal up, y'all.
Come be a part of.
LJ, Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
So here on the outro right here, we have Psalm 75 here. Just play a couple of dubs for the outro, right? Hopefully get into full another time. Right here. Let's play the bass psalm a cappella.
Psalm 75.
מזמור עין ה' למנצח אל תשחט, מזמור לאסף, שיר. הודינו לך אלוהים.
Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks.
הודינו וקרוב שמך.
Unto thee do we give thanks.
וקרוב שמך.
For that thy name is near.
וקרוב שמך.
Thy wondrous works declare.
סיפרו נפלאותיך.
When I shall receive the congregation.
כי אקח מועד.
I will judge uprightly.
אני משרים אשפוט.
The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved.
נמוגים ארץ וכל יושביה.
I bear up the pillars of it.
אנוכי תיקנתי עמודיה. סלע.
Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked, lift not up the horn, lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
Hallelujah! 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 Yes, yes, yes. Exalt the horns of the righteous, the righteous, the righteous. So let's take a lick right here. Take a lick rhythm, outro.
מזמור עין למנצח אל תשחט, מזמור לאסף שיר. הודינו לך אלוהים, הודינו וקרוב שמך, סיפרו נפלאותיך. כי אקח מועד, אני משרים אשפוט. נמוגים ארץ וכל יושביה, אנוכי תיקנתי עמודיה סלע. אמרתי להוללים, אל תהולו. ולרשעים אל תרימו קרן, אל תרימו למרום קרניכם, תדברו וצוואר עתק. כי לא ממוצא וממערב ולא ממדבר הרים, כי אלוהים שופט, זה ישפיל וזה ירים. כי חוס ביד אדוני, ויין חמר מלא מסך, ויגר מזה, אך שמראה ימצאו ישתו כל רשעי ארץ. ואני אגיד לעולם, הזמרה לאלוהי יעקב, וכל קרני רשעים אגדיה, תרוממנה קרנות צדיק.
Psalm 75. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks, for that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. When I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked, lift not up the horn, lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
Yes. On the outro, the Amharic as well. Oh.
መዝሙር 74 በቅንፍ 75 ለመዘምራን አለቃ አታጥፋ የአሳፍ የምስጋና መዝሙር። አቤቱ እናመሰግንሃለን ስምህንም እንጠራለን ታምራትን ሁሉ እናገራለሁ። ጊዜውን ስቀበል እኔ በቅን እፈርዳለሁ። ምድርና በእርሷ ውስጥ የሚኖሩት ሁሉ ቀለጡ፣ እኔም ምሰሶቿን አጸናሁ። አመፀኞችን አትበድሉ አልኋቸው፣ ኃጢአተኞችንም ቀንዳችሁን አታንሱ፣ ቀንዳችሁን እስከ ላይ አታንሱ፣ በእግዚአብሔርም ላይ አመፅን አትናገሩ። ክብር ከምስራቅ ወይም ከምዕራብ ወይም ከምድረ በዳ የለምና እግዚአብሔር ፈራጅ ነውና ይህን ያዋርዳል፣ ይህንም ያከብራል። ጽዋ በእግዚአብሔር እጅ ነውና ያልተቀላቀለ የወይን ጠጅ ሞላበት፣ ከዚህ ወደዚያ አገላበጠው፣ ነገር ግን አተላው አልፈሰሰም። የምድር ኃጢአተኞች ሁሉ ይጠጡታል፣ እኔ ግን ለዘላለም ደስ ይለኛል። ለያዕቆብም አምላክ ዝማሬን አቀርባለሁ። የኃጥአንን ቀንዶች ሁሉ ሰብራለሁ፣ የጻድቃን ቀንዶች ግን ከፍ ከፍ ይላል።
Psalm 75. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. When I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly. And to the wicked, lift not up the horn. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
Yes. A full of full right here. Have a blessed rest, a blessed rise, a blessed rest, blessed rise. On the outro right here, same song. Be well. Shabbat Tov. Good strong. Chazak. You need to start there.
Psalm 75. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. When I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly. And to the wicked, lift not up the horn. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
מזמור ע"ה למנצח על תשחט, מזמור לאסף, שיר. הודינו לך אלוהים, הודינו בקרוב שמך, סיפרו נפלאותיך. כי אקח מועד, אני משרים אשכול. נמוגים ארץ וכל יושביה, אנוכי תיקנתי עמודיה סלע. אמרתי להוללים, אל תהולו, ולרשעים אל תרימו קרן. אל תרימו למרום קרניכם, תדברו וצוואר עתק. כי לא ממוצא וממערב, ולא ממדבר הרים, כי אלוהים שופט, זה ישפיל וזה ירים. כי חוס ביד אדוני, ויין חמר מלא מסך, ויגר מזה, אך שמריה ימצו ישתו כל רשעי ארץ. ואני אגיד לעולם, הזמרה לאלוהי יעקב, וכל קרני רשעים אגדיה, תרוממנה קרנות צדיק.
What is true?
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children, forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Evermore. Evermore.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land.
Give thanks unto the Black Christ, the Black Christ, the Black Christ. Give thanks unto the Black Christ, the Black Christ, the Black Christ. Give thanks unto the Black Christ, the Black Christ, the Black Christ.
Sure, shalom, shalom, Chaverim, shalom.